You know, there's something vastly liberating about not doing a stream without any cam. And it's very nice. You were likely the first epic. I'm about to hop into the Discord. I am super excited. Oh, I wonder if Demo is gonna be. He's probably gonna be a little bit late. I wonder if. Oh no, never mind. Soothe me with fantasies. But I hope you get plenty of sleep. I will be entering in chat here in a moment. You'll hear Ixalien, you'll hear Demo be damned, and then a couple of my older friends that are gonna join in on this adventure, this little side adventure for a couple of these nerds. All right, Epic. I appreciate it. You'll see some familiar faces, I'm sure. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pop this on for right now. And, oh wow, that is squished. I'm gonna mess with this for a second. Here we go. Hey, wanged. I'm gonna hop in the Discord. If Rin wants, I have to let her know that if she wants to have more of a like an overview of the setting, I thought she may have seen it, but probably not. I have to tell her that all that stuff is in the Discord. So, all right, I'm gonna hop in.
It's our family. It's a little bit broken, but oh god, I can't remember the rest of that Lilo and Stitch quote. Oh well.
It's a little broken, but it's good. Yeah.
Hey, that's it.
Who's broken? Who? What?
All of us.
Quoting Lilo.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, the fact that I'm quoting Lilo and Stitch at this point. Good brutal.
Honestly,
most of us with kids though have seen it, so
I think that's kind of normal. Honestly,
it's been a while, but I remember it being a pretty good movie.
But it's our family. It's a little bit broken, but still good. Still good.
Do you need a picture to put in OBS in canon? It occurs to me.
I probably will at some point in time, especially if it's going to be a regular occurrence that you all show up. So I just had, obviously, Artrin and Mist, but it would be good if you could send me some stuff.
Yeah, I'll send you something.
It doesn't have to be this
you
time.
Can look around and try and find something at some point.
Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't have to be immediate. You're all here, it is fine.
Gotcha.
As long as you have your character sheets and can roll and tell me the result, that's all I give a crap about right now.
I'll do my best, but...
No.
I expect more out of you, Havoc.
Seems like a pretty tall order.
You have to be picture perfect.
I don't know if I can handle this.
So give me a moment. I am struggling to open up a fucking mango pack or whatever so I could have some snacks, and it is defeating me at this point in time.
Have you seen those new pickles that are out?
Thank you for gifting him some.
Be new. They're pickles that are grind in various flavors like orange, pineapple, blue raspberry.
I don't think I have.
Oh gosh, it's one of those TikTok things. Fruit punch, all kinds of crap. I'm not honestly a big pickle person.
I could see some of those like on a sandwich or something being really good, depending on what it is.
A big one that people seem to like is the lime. They really seem to love that.
So a lime.
This will be the first session I've played with my new setup.
Yeah, I was gonna say your acoustics sound different, obviously.
Yeah, and I haven't put up any foam in this room yet, just to help deaden sound. But I have tried to fill the room up with stuff, and that's helped. Oh my god, that has helped significantly.
Yeah.
One of my friends is a recording engineer, and he says he actually likes a room with just like shelving full of random shit more than anything to deaden a sound for most things. So It depends exactly what you're going for, but
Holy shit!
something like that can be really nice.
Epic, calm down!
Of course, I can just
Go to
scoot
bed!
this screen a little closer and cup myself in to see if that helps. Or
Holy fuck.
changes.
Thank you, Epic. Holy shit, man. You really didn't have to. I don't. But I appreciate it. Goodness gracious. Joining the Big Dick Club. The Big Beepus Club.
Oh my.
All right, so I'm gonna try my best to have this a little bit together. I have in the future some plans once I get more time and like life and work settles out that I'm gonna try to overhaul some of the visuals a little bit. But I've got some stuff generated for this one, and it's kind of like a little side mission. That way we can get some play in, and obviously Intercopter and Havoc haven't probably gotten to play a game they haven't ran in quite some time, so this will be
We were already talking about that.
yeah, I didn't even have to hear anything, and I knew that was the case. So hopefully you get to enjoy it. Probably won't be too long, but you know, we'll get into it here in just a moment. Real quick, I'm sure you all introduced yourself, obviously, but just well, actually we'll go through introductions once we kind of get through to the story. Let me set up my screen so I can see everything that I need. Just want you to know that yeah, I always do a heavy bit of improvisation, so
That's where the fun part is.
I was gonna say I think that's the funnest
Yeah.
part about
Also the stressful part, but you know.
it. You know, when you're running on
It all
constant
depends.
anxiety,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
There's different levels to it.
When you can see the wheels turning and the smoke blowing out your ears, like
Yeah, it's constant anyway.
So that really means what page in the campaign are we starting on? 23, right?
yeah. Actually, we'll start at 23, skip back to 5, and then go all the way to 100 for no reason.
That's fair. That's
Hey,
fair.
It's
Brady.
like those old choose your own adventure books. That's how the adventure was written, right?
5 miles
Yeah.
an hour, put it in reverse, and then gun it.
My intro to tabletops was effectively that. It was a Star Wars pick your own adventure book.
I was gonna say
Makes
back
sense,
in
yeah.
the day, those were like a good solid introduction for like just I don't know, like the exploration into those kind of like fantasy and sci-fi dramas.
And just so you know, the Captain Morgan private stock in Dr. Pepper is fantabulous.
All right, I'm gonna give my little dice roll a test. Man, that looks pretty solid, honestly.
Oh yeah.
I've been looking for one of those for literal years. It's been insane. So now that we finally have one, I can have probably pretty it up and have like a dice roll area. Just in brief, I guess, considering I think Havoc is vaguely familiar with everybody's character, but it's probably been a while since he's thought about anything on this particular end of stuff.
Yeah, but my character is also hasn't met them yet, too.
That's true.
So
That's true. I was just gonna say in brief, not total
Yeah.
total introductions. Go ahead and introduce your characters. Like I said, just in brief. And we could start with you, Xalian. Flash Mist.
Ah, yes. Well, I am the Goblin Mist. I am a monk with an interesting walk of life, but I like to envision myself as both a giver and a taker, mostly of life energy. But you know that's a currency we'll get to later. But the most important thing is that you like the tea and other such things that I brew, be it alcoholic or not. You know, that's the important part here.
That's how you make friends.
Exactly. You pull out the teapot. It's got the little flower in it and everything. It's very fancy. It's very pretty. I pour you a cup of tea, and then you love me.
Please. I need the love, please.
Starfish, love me, love me. But otherwise, he's a very laid back and easygoing goblin, and is happy to let other people take the lead and follow, and just kind of be a protective, tiny Papa Bear.
We'll actually do demo or Archer next.
Okay, sounds good. So Archern is a dragonborn monk as well. He, like Mist, has a very covered past, and his current goal, with the help of Mist, who he has kind of recruited over bonding as being a monk, I guess, it is to find out what that past is. Loves whittling, loves carving, has kind of a combat split personality. If he gets damaged in combat, he turns from this nice calm monk to a beating machine and doesn't care.
Beaten machine.
A beating machine.
All right, having just in brief, nothing too in depth.
All right. So I guess Bakri is a sapphire dragonborn, and I think the best way to put it is there's a bit of a shadowed past, but he's now working with Salus Salvage, and yeah, I think that's probably because we'll go to the rest later. So
Yeah, that's fine. That's
soon
fine.
enough.
And Copter or Artemy.
Yeah, Artemy is a young human man. Maybe early 20s. Slightly above average height. Primarily sort of undertaking mercenary work. He's quiet, he's kind of reserved, cautious. But not like distant.
Thank you all for the support. I appreciate it.
He's very business, I guess, would be the
Mr.
would be the word.
Business? You don't have to go into too depth or anything either, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, you haven't technically, obviously, you two haven't been encountered yet, so just some kind of like surface little tidbits.
Yeah, in terms of like surface level appearance, like brownish hair, white streak through it, loose fitting dark clothes so as not to catch the light, and just other than that, just kind of looks like your typical mercenary.
Yeah, and if you do happen to have a picture that you want to post, you're more than welcome to put it in Discord or wherever in chat.
Yeah, I can.
Just if it helps, like, complete the picture.
There's a Hero Forge thing.
I forgot that I had. There's Kiss, I hope you in chat. Jesus. I got me off guard.
I think everyone has it, right?
Let's see.
Yeah,
in the voice chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
All right. So, with that being said, obviously, you, the two monks, have been waiting for quite some time for any kind of extra help that they could offer Hrotha in exchange for kind of almost like earning their keep in a sense, or at least getting some favor with the particular brother of the target that they're looking for. That being said, obviously you've received, after quite a little bit of time, almost like a summons to a degree. I mean, nothing as grand, obviously, but a note just basically saying, hey, whenever you have a chance, it's sent to the Mossy Cleft, come down to Salus Salvage, because, there's something that I need your assistance on. And it was very, very like quick to the point note. It seems to match the nature of the individual that you helped out that one day. In Salus Salvage, very Spartan response, quick and to the point. Whenever you get a chance, come on over. He's got a writ. So I'm assuming you two are probably doing something or another in the Mossy Cleft, and it's I would say it's probably about midday.
So I think like the letter just arrived, or it's midday and it's like, all right, well, it's time to go kind of deal.
You probably just received it. It is midday and you just received the actual letter itself.
All right. I'll take the letter. I'll bow to the courier. I'll read it, skimming through, and then I'll go and I'll find Artrin. And say, my brother in arms, I believe it is. It's time for us to go. Put herself in someone's good graces, so to speak.
Interesting. Well, let me put my things away, and we'll meet you out front. Do we want to meet out front?
Sure.
Damn it, winged.
Excellent.
And the good part about it is, obviously, the Mossy Cleft is kind of close to the border of the Market District, although it is still in the Working District. But it really isn't like a terribly long walk. You get to experience the brisk weather of what would be the hopefully ending or close ending to the winter weather that you've been encountering in Salus right now. And as it is in a major city midday, it's relatively alive. You see the common crowds going into the stores and doing their daily business that you're quite used to. And honestly, at this point in time, considering you have something to do, it's very likely that the other half of your normal crew, plus the the kobolds that you have employed via Stinky, are likely watching the Mossy Cleft as well. So you understand that obviously it's not being just left to its own devices without any kind of supervision.
I'm on my way out. I'm going to explain to one kobold very, very clearly. This time, when you dust the furniture, you don't stand on it and use a mop and mop it. There's different cleaning tools.
He just kind of the small kobold with the mop in hand already. He just kind of looks at you. He's like, but it's my job.
I'm just gonna give a nice little Picard face palm, turn around and walk away.
And with that, he starts mopping the table.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'll walk past and slam my toe on the ground to get his attention. I'll just the finger eyes, like watching you.
He just kind of jumps as he continues to mop, like slower now, but still watching you.
I'll just follow Miss out.
Water Tribe. And as you exit, you cut through a lot of the crowds that are making their way into the market, and some obviously making their way to their particular industries that they're working in. That they're working in at this particular time. I would say a good portion of them are trying to get either back to work or on lunch or to go shopping. Not many of them, though, from the Working District will be obviously spending a lot of time in the Market District, especially if they are residents of the Working District. So, lower income individuals don't have time to waste buying frivolous things, and they need to survive somehow. So you're kind of beating some of the foot traffic, but eventually you make your way to Salus Salvage without any kind of issues. You approach the door itself, and from the outside you can actually hear a bunch of clanking steel and clattering sounds of cups and cutlery. And the training hall actually seems a lot more lively than the last time you encountered it. It actually has quite a few individuals in there that are not trying to pick a fight for any reason, as far as you could tell. But as you kind of peek your head in, you do notice that there's a couple of small bloods, in particular 2 halflings that are taking out their aggression on some ironclad wooden figures, training dummies, and a crew of presumably amicable adventurers boast about their spoils from their last writ at one of the dinner tables that are actually there. And you could smell in the air that there's been a lot of stuff being cooked and some revelries being had, and it's actually quite a stark contrast from when you first encountered this location.
The environment is so incredibly different this time that it is.
Thing as last time, pretty much the only thing we could smell was blood. Yes.
That's fair. Huh. Well, I'll just walk on in like I belong here, and I see. Did the note actually say who to talk to, who to meet, or do we know to actually look for Hrotha?
Yeah, as you're basically looking around, you see Hrotha come out of his office, and I don't have the tail spire up right now, but if you remember, there is kind of like a ground floor. On the left side, you have a lot of the dining area or the preparation / kitchen-ish area, and then in the middle, you have a like a small staircase that goes up into his office, and he actually exits his office door, and sees basically having noticed seeing you enter in Salus Salvage, and he just basically says, "Come on up."
Give a slight bow, and then I'll start to head on up.
Follow suit. Just kind of keep a little bit of a distance at least.
All right, and as you enter in, obviously he makes way for you to kind of push past into the room, and you can already see that there's 2 other individuals that are sitting there at the at basically within his office, and it is Bakir and Artemy. So they're obviously new faces to you all. You haven't noticed them before at all. You've not presumably encountered them one way, shape, or form, and obviously in the first encounter that you had with Salus Salvage, they weren't obviously present.
I'll just give a slight bow to them and head up to the table and kind of get in line with them, or however they are situated.
And yeah, there's plenty of chairs on the door side. And then obviously Hrotha has his main chair on the opposite side of the desk, basically, so he can address everyone all at once.
I probably would have been like standing or leaning against the wall off to the side somewhere, but now that people are here, I'll walk forward and sit down.
Yeah, Artemy probably would have been like just kind of sitting with a tome in his hand. Looks over his shoulder, sees everyone kind of filing in, thumbs it shut, gives the new arrivals a nod.
Very fair. All right, and Hrotha basically starts to address you all, and he goes, "Miss Artron, I want you to meet Bakir," and he points to obviously Havoc's character, the Dragonborn, the other Dragonborn in the room, and then also Artemy, and obviously looking through his tome, being very poised in his chair already, but he goes on to explain that these 2 individuals are going to accompany you on this writ, and I will take a moment to explain that, but please have a seat.
I will take a seat.
I will as well, and I'll sit there and I kind of pull out just a little whittle I've been working on, and my buddy Whittle comes out, and we'll sit there and work on it while we discuss.
Were us 2 given the rundown before this, or were we waiting on them?
You don't know.
I know a fair amount, right?
Yeah. Bakari kind of knows what's up because, well, in short, you'll find out in a moment.
Gotcha.
So Hrotha pulls his chair up a little bit closer and like puts his hand, his elbow on the desk, putting his head, kind of resting within his palm a little bit as he kind of like just thinks about how this writ has come into his lap. And he kind of just looks and pans over all of you except for Bakir, or Bakiri, right? Bakiri?
Bakri.
Bakari.
Yeah.
Mainly looks at the three rest of you, as he kind of explains this, because Bakiri already kind of knows the situation, or at least you can kind of infer from how he's looking at the group.
It's a hard name for half-orcs to pronounce. He just has a little bit of an accent.
So it's the teeth. It's the teeth getting in the way. Because my friend here has lost someone dear to him, at least a battle friend. Her name was Genza. She used to do writs for the Salus Salvage on a regular basis. Not all the time with my friend here, but quite often. It seems as though the agency within the city has concluded of a particular investigation regarding her death. It seems to me that it's very untimely. It seems very peculiar that she would be essentially murdered or passed away in her home here in Salus without a very thorough investigation in my mind. Given what Bakri has told me, it seems as though she had some kind of dealings with individuals before she had passed. Now, I don't think the agency has really done a great job, and I've consulted with the local authorities to form my own writ in order to investigate what has happened. Mainly because this was a companion of ours. This was not something that I take lightly. If someone does something to our guild and just dispatches someone who we cared about greatly.
I can understand that.
It would also
Or just nod off to the side, basically.
Yeah. It would also behoove those who may have done this to be made an example out of. This is not something that we stand for, and we don't go lightly into the dark. This is not something that we would ever stand for. Even when we're doing writs out in the wilds, for a monster to slay us without any kind of repercussions, we would definitely want some kind of retribution for what's been done to one of us. So we're expecting some payment in blood to have happened because of this. The agency doesn't think that this is any kind of foul play, that some kind of accident maybe had happened because of the company that Genza was keeping, but the coincidental nature of how she had passed is not something that I'm taking lightly. It was known that she had some kind of conversation with an individual in a location that was very close to Salus Salvage. Apparently it was very heated, up until the point where Genza was about to draw her sword, or at least from what I've been told, and he kind of motions over to Bakri as if, or Bakari. God, I keep butchering that name. Motions
Part of the
over,
orc accent, yeah.
motions over to Bakari as if
It's good world building.
the information is being relayed to via, or from what Bakri has said.
She wasn't the sort of one to reach for the sword first, so...
And Hrotha just kind of nods. So if it got to that point, she no longer wanted to have a conversation, and she was not the one to typically do anything she did not want to. So if it got to the point where she felt she was being pressured into something, somebody was convincing her, whatever it may have been, and she had to force someone to shut up, I believe it was pretty serious. With that being
Where did this
said,
take place?
oh, I'm sorry.
Where did this take place? Is Artemis kind of just cuts in?
Well, as far as I'm aware, it's a couple of alleys back behind Salus Salvage. Apparently she was approached, correct? And he kind of motions to Bakari.
No, you had it the first time.
I'll just say Bak.
Sure.
That'll make it easier on me. Me, the GM.
The same.
Just say the blue one or something.
that one. Non-monk.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it looks like from what I was able to tell, but
And as far as you're aware, Havoc, or Bach, you did not see that person's face that they were talking to. Their back was to you, and it was obviously a little bit farther away. You were trying to approach the particular situation because as soon as you saw the hand on the hilt, like you need to back the fuck off. That's kind of when the conversation apparently ended. They walked away, and then you probably asked Jenza, what was that all about? And she gave you some kind of like bullshit excuse, like, oh, he was just looking for money or something.
yeah, a clear, like, I'm not going to tell you the answer, sort of like, we both know it's bullshit, but
Yeah.
later, yeah.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. But that being said, Hrotha goes on and says, I would really, really need you all to start off in Jenza's domicile. It has probably the most information that we can go on at this point in time. As far as I'm aware, the agency supposedly went through it and bagged some quote-unquote evidence up. I'm not entirely sure. You can check with the agency if you want. I don't know if they're actually going to release any kind of information that we can utilize, even though I will be more than happy to give you this writ, which tells you you have authority over this particular investigation as well. But my recommendation is you can start with the agency, or you can go to her domicile and see if you can find anything leading to the, I guess, the determination of her death. Whom did it? Who was the individual she was talking to? Any kind of information that we can get to make this right.
I think I would turn to the newcomers at the table and just, you've done this sort of thing before, where do you think we should start?
Well, the domicile, I would say. Then check with the agency, see if they'll reopen the case, talk to known associates, that sort of thing.
I agree. Domicile first. That way, any missed evidence doesn't linger about while the trail goes cold.
Agreed.
Alright. Sounds good.
Hrotha,
He just raises his head towards you.
the agency. Malice or incompetence, you think?
You never know. Some days it's one, some days it's the other. I don't
Some
think
days it's both.
some days it may be both. I don't think in this case it is malice. I would err more so on the side of incompetence and maybe reluctance to do any kind of investigations in the working district. Obviously, there's a lot of rougher things that happen in this particular district, and sometimes it's just not worth it for them to commit a lot of resources to this area.
No one in the agency you think she pissed off, is what you're saying?
Oh, I don't believe so. Maybe that's up for Bach to decide, but I wouldn't believe so. We tend to obviously stay on good terms here with the agency just because we get a lot of jobs from the government itself. So
The one she was speaking to didn't look like he was from the agency either.
yeah, that's correct. But as soon as you have any information, or if you are able to, obviously bring whomever it is to justice, you will get paid.
Aye, we'll get it done.
I lift my head and go, dead or alive?
If you can bring him here alive, sure. If not, I don't want to know.
Understood.
Just bring me something back, so I can understand who this was. Okay, well, Hrotha stands up. If there's no further questions, I'm gonna get back to training some halflings.
They seem like they need it.
I take it whatever we bring back, you don't want us to just drop a sack in the middle of the building with a head in it to roll out, I assume.
No, preferably bring it straight to me.
Understood.
And he gets up, he goes to the door, opens it up, and kind of like motions for you all to exit in one way, shape, or form.
Mist will do so and then wait out front for everyone else.
And I'll follow after.
I would probably leave the room last, and just wave everyone ahead of me.
I'm a train, follow out.
Choo choo. Well, after Bach leaves, then Hrotha actually exits as well, closes his door, and then goes over to the small bloods that are sloppily hacking at a training dummy, and he starts basically yelling at them until they kind of fall in line, very military-like. And if you wait around long enough, he starts to instruct them on how to properly hold the weapons that they're having, and then how to properly strike shit that they're trying to do. Just basic training.
You're probably like, just as I'm walking out, no, your feet are all wrong. You turn your... No, this way.
Why are you holding the weapon like that? But I like reverse grip. So yeah, you're obviously exiting Salus Salvage. Bach would know pretty much where Jens's domicile is. Anybody who has probably been arrested, Artemy, probably knows where, or at least close to being arrested, probably knows where the agency is as well. So
you
you
gonna do me like that, man?
Hey man, I mean, like, come on.
Yeah, I could lead the way for everyone.
Wait, stop it.
But at this point, Mist is effectively on the job, so he takes out his mask and he puts his mask on and just looks up and says, "Lead the way. I recommend to the domicile."
As we're leaving.
Yeah.
Hope y'all don't mind a fifth joining us, and I'll. There's a puff of smoke on from Artemy's hand, and a little white barn owl kind of flutters off and flies on his shoulder. This is Jory. He only bites when I tell him to.
Smart owl.
Mist is extremely stoic on the outside, but on the inside, he is literally jumping and giddy with glee because it's an owl and it's adorable.
And Jory will just be keeping an eye out, make sure we're not being followed, that sort of thing. This is fine, familiar, the spell and music.
Yeah, I got that. Which is funny. Do you have your friend with you, Artrin?
I do. I was quiet because I was getting my sundress, if you can't hear him.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I was going to say that panic squeaks come from my robe, and I kind of put my hand in Pat. And just you guys see me whisper a little bit. Don't worry, I'll protect you. You're okay.
Oh, poor little guy.
He's panicked, man.
Yeah, I know. I would be too. So, basically, you would just make your way deeper into the working district, where a bit more of the domiciles would be. It's midday still. Obviously, it didn't take long to get to Salus Salvage, so you still have a lot of daylight and whatnot. I will link you all to something here in a moment, just to give you a frame of reference. But the house that you approach is by no means, way, shape, or form extravagant. It is very typical of what you would notice in the working district. Most of the locations here are going to be fairly low income, unless you're closer to the border of the market district anyway. So it's to no surprise that Genza would have lived in something that is very small square footage, considering she was mostly doing jobs for Salus Salvage and keeping busy anyway. You could assume that because it's a merc life, she was probably traveling a lot to begin with in the surrounding areas. So what's the point of keeping a very large domicile if it's just harder to keep track of things there, or clean, or whatever? It's very, very very typical, I guess, of someone in that particular profession. But you make your way to the front of her household, and Bach remembers that she always used to keep like a spare key in kind of one of the nearby flower boxes, not even to her house or to the flower box of in front of her house or anything like that. It's actually in someone else's house where the key is stored. So it's kind of an interesting little tidbit that was if someone were to ever find it, they probably would have assumed it was from the house that it was in front of. But she was at least a little bit clever.
I check in front of the wrong house first, and then go, oh no, and then digging around in the right potted plant.
So probably like just raise an eyebrow, cock the head. Oh, clever.
And yeah, unlock the door and walk inside.
All right, let me get just a quick reference picture.
Taking notes. Hide spare key. 2 neighbors down. IRL. Got it.
All right, I posted it just in the chat. I will probably represent it on stream too, I guess.
Does anything feel like off or different, or just sort of like something's not right here, other than the fact that technically no one lives here anymore?
I mean, yeah, it looks like it has been lived in a slight, I guess a slight scuffle on the floor. Nothing that looks like it is indicative of a like struggle. It more so looks like if someone were to have shuffled there a lot, or maybe fallen down there. It looks like it's kind of indicative of something like somebody was trying to maybe catch something as they were falling, and that they just kind of left it on the floor or whatever. You're not entirely sure how she was found. That was something that I believe the agency did after being contacted by someone locally that lived in the area.
Is there only one way in and out of this room, just the front door?
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be one way in and out. Obviously, there are some windows. There is no fire going at this point in time, but it is a pretty small room with plenty of alcoholic bottles on the shelves when needed, and like a very small bed. There's some trash everywhere, but you don't know if it's maybe because there've been a lot of people that have come through here, or this is just how she kind of lived. Bach would probably have a better idea, but
Okay, yeah.
it isn't exactly the neatest, but you don't remember her ever being like a slob.
I'm gonna have Jory, like just kind of on overwatch in the street outside of the building.
And that's fine. You can obviously keep the door open if you wanted to.
Yeah, just having him keep a lookout so we're not like missing anything outside. I guess I would just start looking around. Give the room a once-over.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever, like, to what extent Whittle can actually do stuff. Could I ask him to do something for me? Like, maybe check for anything out of the ordinary in crannies that I can't get to?
Yeah. I will
Okay.
allow that.
Perfect. So I'll put him down and just be like, look for anything out of the ordinary, please, and let me know if you find something. While he does that, I'm gonna check the front door for any forced entry. I know that, the scuffle looks like it wasn't necessarily like aggressive, but that doesn't mean that they didn't break in and she confronted them.
That's true. As you look at the actual front entry, it does not look like there was anything forced. There's a normal wear and tear on the door from where the latch would kind of connect to the door frame, but as far as you can tell, it does not look like there's anything in particular that would imply a forced entry.
Okay. So I'll just look around the rest of the room with everyone else, see if I find anything, and wait for Whittle to either come back or give me a sign there's a clue.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna just step off to the side and sit down and start ritual casting. If nothing, like, if there's nothing that's like hair on the back of the neck raising, if everything feels more or less normal.
Yeah. I
And
would
just ask everyone for a few minutes. Just
I would-
tell them to keep looking around and stuff.
I would do much of the same. I would give the room a quick investigation and then would start ritually casting detect magic.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Well, instead of both of you casting it, I would say, one can assist and make it quicker.
I'll see you doing that, and I'll pull out my own spell book, start aiding at the ritual.
All right, and I'll just set up like other aspects or like mess around with components, stuff like that. While you're reading it, so let's do it twice as quickly, right? That's how it works.
You know what? Sure.
I know you said
So-
it wasn't like
Hell
extremely
yeah.
dirty, but is it like can I do some just out of monk habit, like natural cleaning of the of the place?
Yeah, you're that's funny. Yeah, it isn't necessarily like super dirty, but it's messy. Like it's to the point where you would think that how can I put this in a somewhat relatable way? Like if you were if you're in college and you went to like some like a frat individual's household, you're like, oh man, there's like cans and shit everywhere. It's just it's a bit messy. It's not exactly as well kept as it is. It's probably not to that degree, but it looks like because of the traffic that's been in here, there's just a bunch more trash. Like the trash can itself has kind of not been knocked over, and it just looks like if the individuals that came into this household were only the agency, they just decided to look briefly around and then leave. Like, and they didn't do a good job of like cleaning up after themselves at all. They just kind of semi-ransacked for whatever they thought was evidence and then just left.
Sounds good.
Wow.
Okay, so
Sorry,
I'm gonna sit down and I'll just use one of my cantrips that I have and mage hand some trash into a pile because I'm waiting.
While that's going on in the 5 minutes or so that I have, any signs of the scuffle itself, I'd like to try and piece together potentially what happened, and to give you that visual idea of what I'm thinking like Aragorn style the hobbit lay here, his hands were bound. That kind of like, I want to see if I can piece together to put a picture of what may have happened.
Okay, yeah, roll. Go ahead and roll an investigation for me.
Oh, good. I have so much into that. First roll of the night. That's a 10.
All right.
No bonuses, but hey.
Well, you, from what you can tell on the ground, and it seems relatively obvious now that you kind of put things together, that the individual, or the from what looks like on the ground, is that it looks like there was I guess from what it looks like on a nearby table, you imagine that someone was actually falling, knocked some stuff off of the table, and then were either they laid passed out or whatever, collapsed to the ground right next to the table. That's why all the stuff was kind of arranged in a particular way. Presumably it was the victim.
All right, then at that point, just while I can, I'd like to go through some of the drawers, anything on the shelves, just to see if there's anything that looks, I don't want to say out of place, but it looks like there could be something missing from its spot. Kind of like something used to sit there, used to be behind something. Maybe there's dust around it, but it's removed. Like
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
It doesn't look like there's anything in particular, especially with that investigation roll. It doesn't look like there's anything in particular for the most part that looks out of place. I mean, there seems to be a fair amount of dust here and there. Nothing too alarming, like, oh, there's a bottle missing, or like you said, there's a clean imprint where a ring of dust would have been. It looks like everything is kind of kept where it's supposed to be for the most part. But it doesn't look like, aside from maybe the stuff on the table and the trash on the ground, that there is anything that would constitute as it looking kind of bizarre or out of place.
All right.
And as you're kind of looking around, and Archon's trying to do his best to clean things up, you I was gonna say Bach and Artemi kind of finish up that ritual and start to be more aware of the surroundings within the actual domicile itself. And honestly, it looks like, for the most part, the majority of things in the household look pretty normal, pretty standard. And Bach knows that, at least from his regular experiences with Genza, she was more so an individual that couldn't really afford anything like supremely magical or anything like that, but didn't really want to delve into it to begin with. So it would be very odd to see something that kind of stood out as magical within the household. But however, you do notice that the location where Mist was essentially perusing and noticing where presumably the individual collapsed on the floor, you notice a small spot on the floor itself where you're not entirely sure where it came from, but it looks like it could have been liquid, and it looks like it was a small amount that had pooled where the individual had laid, and it would have been maybe the size of, I guess, like just a small vial that you can tell of liquid aether, of some kind of nature, that was pooled on the ground of the domicile where Genza presumably collapsed.
That's not something that I expected.
I
I think I would.
ether dabbling type. I assume.
No. What were you saying, Cannon?
I was gonna say you can roll. Go ahead and roll an intelligence check. You can do it obviously in person. Just tell me the results.
Okay.
Just for
flat
something
intelligence.
just for something out of memory.
Okay. Well, that pulled off the desk. Okay, 16.
Okay, you
I'll take that.
definitely remember that one of Jenza's relatives did work in the one of the only Aether refinery plant in Salus, and it's not something that is typically something that like a lot of people want to go and work at, because you and maybe some other peoples in the party have seen the effects of like Aether poisoning on individuals. So it's a hard job, and you know it's a hard job, and but you know that one of Jenza's siblings essentially was working in there just to make ends meet.
All right. I think I would just walk through the rest of the house, not touching anything, just like looking for more signs of that, seeing if the detect magic picks up anything else. And I would share that with everyone else too. Just
Yeah, and there's no basement, there's no attic, is there?
No, it's a pretty small 1-story, like 1-entry house. You would think it's like a tiny home, essentially.
Gotcha.
It's just in the middle of a relatively squalid area.
And I would let's look at this image.
Yeah, but as you kind of walk around the small house itself, it doesn't seem like there's any other trace of it. It just seems like it's very concentrated, or at least from what you can tell, the only location is it's as if it, like I said, it was just pulled at a location where Jenza's body probably would have been.
all right.
Do I see any like possessions of hers that haven't been haven't been taken into evidence? Like anything left on the various tables in the shelves?
I mean, there's a lot of personal effects. It does not look like there's anything in particular that has been taken, but you're not entirely sure what she may have had her at that particular time. There could have been something on her person, but you're really not sure. You'd have to ask basically the agency at that point in time, or any kind of personal effects that she may have had. But it doesn't look like anything else has been disturbed, like if she had any kind of like paintings or books, or everything looks pretty standard. She was a relatively, at least from what Bach knows of her, she was a relatively intelligent individual. So she did some reading in her spare time, but she was quite martial, and she did like to drink. So a lot of that stuff rings true from the surroundings within the actual house. She had a fair amount of liquor on tap, which was probably the most expensive stuff that you can see in her household, and that wasn't disturbed. And then also she had some things to help maintain whatever weaponry she had on her. So obviously there's like some whetstones and some things of that nature. Some
Did
oil.
she have like a favorite sword or dagger or something, anything like that?
Yeah, she probably
Is
would
that
have.
still lying around somewhere?
She would have used a longsword, but you do not see that here.
Okay. Would I know if the agency had taken that when they found her, or?
It's very likely if it was on her person, they would have taken that too.
Yeah.
Do you know the person who found her, Bakri?
No, I wasn't here when they found her.
Yeah, you probably would have been on a writ yourself.
It was just, I know something wasn't going well, but she didn't want to talk about it. And then Hrotha gave me the news the next day.
I'm sorry.
So, Artrin, go ahead and, oddly enough, Go ahead and roll investigate.
Got a 19.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
Nice.
So as you're cleaning up, this is on behalf of Whittle, by the way. Whittle actually comes to you with, he's holding up a ball of paper in both of his hands. So he's got it in his mouth as he kind of comes back, and it looks like he kind of exposes himself from underneath the bed. And you can see that he's sniffing like a lot. So must have been something on the scent of the trash that caught his attention. And it's just a ball of paper, and he kind of holds it up. You know, he stands on his back legs, and with his front legs, he kind of holds it up towards you as if, you know, please take this.
All right, I'll go over and I'll grab it and put out my hand to him and see if he wants to crawl up and proceed to see what this piece of paper has on it.
Yeah, he goes into his safe space, not knowing where the dangerous barn owl is, and kind of nuzzles up against what is it, the robe belt that you have kind of loose around you. He kind of nuzzles up into there, and you kind of see him kind of poking out once in a while, like, where is that damn thing? Oh no.
Yeah, I'll adjust my tail a little bit too, since I wrap it around me like a belt, and put it in such a way so that I can, like, if the owl attacks Flick, and make him feel a little more comfortable.
All right.
All right, so we open the paper.
You open the paper up, and it looks to have looks to be like it is a very short and concise note that is basically it's probably about 2 or 3 lines, and it says that it's essentially making a request for raw aether. Give it to us or else. And it has a symbol on the actual paper itself, and I will link that to you here in a moment.
All right, so I'll looking at that, kind of, we know that a relative works in the aether industry, so I kind of bring it to the table and be, fellas, I think I may have found something. Well, Whittle may have found something, but still, this may be of importance.
Maybe I won't tell Jory to eat you, you little bastard, huh?
I'll give him some dirty look. Give him a dirty look. My friend.
Do I recognize that symbol?
Where
Go
did you post it?
just in the voice chat.
In the voice chat, yeah.
Oh, I keep forgetting the voice chat has its own chat now.
I know. It throws me off too. You're probably one of the few who may actually know what it is, but go ahead and roll for me. Go ahead and roll.
Could I give him guidance?
I mean, you can, yeah.
All right. So just you get to add a d4 to
Gotcha.
whatever you roll.
Just make an intelligence check for me.
Just straight intelligence.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, well, hold on. How long have you been in Salus? I can't remember. You were
grew up
born here, right? Yeah. Do history then, if you have anything with history.
Doesn't change it.
Okay.
With the guidance, that is a 16.
You are 70% sure that it is a group called the Messengers. You're not entirely certain, but you're pretty sure because they're kind of elusive. They're not exactly some group that broadcasts the shit out of their existence within Salus at all. And the only reason that you know of them, I think your character knows about Charlotte's Whisper, right?
Yeah.
I believe so. I thought you had some tie-ins with them. You vaguely know about them only because of Charlotte's Whisper and the conversations that you've overheard them talking about the Messengers.
kind of look at Bakri. Genza has some very enigmatic enemies. These are... I'm not entirely sure, but this might be the symbol of the messengers. They're...
Would I've ever heard of?
I would say it's very unlikely.
Okay.
kind of similar thing, like crime syndicate sort of.
From what you know, if they have dealings with, or is somehow in some form related to Charlotte's Whisper, obviously Charlotte's Whisper is another like thieves guild, so crime. But yeah, you would piece it together that there's some kind of underhanded crime-related organization at play.
Probably trying to get her sister's ether, peddle it on the street, maybe. I don't know.
She didn't seem
It's
the
just-
kind to deal with shady types, was she?
Our line of work sometimes, but not necessarily by choice.
According to from the experiences that you had and the deepened friendship that you've encountered with her, as far as you were aware, Genza was very much so in a similar mindset to like Hrotha is. So like very straight to the point. Don't fuck me over, and I won't fuck you over. I will I will ride or die with you, but don't fuck me over, please. Otherwise, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, that's how you get stabbed.
But yeah, she always seemed like the very, very much so honorable type.
Do we know what Aether in this form could do to somebody? Like why somebody would want it to begin with?
Well, Aether in its raw form is almost like pure magic, but it is relatively dangerous to handle without it being refined in some way, shape, or form. There's a variety of things that you can do to it once it's refined, but if it's not refined, it's kind of like I mean, to a kind of like worse comparison, it's kind of like oil, like raw crude oil versus gasoline and all these other things that obviously gets refined from crude oil.
And what we saw splashed on the ground would be the refined form?
You're not entirely sure, you just know that it's Aether. You just know that something magical has imbued the small portions of wood that it kind of seeped into.
Either way, the picture's starting to become more clear.
We check in with the agency, see what she had on her.
I mean,
Seems like the best bet. Sloppy work. It's just kind of looking around the place.
I tried to clean it the best I could.
Not you.
Well, I was waiting. I couldn't do much more, so figured I would.
you know what you need?
Opportunity.
You need a group of kobolds. The kobold
right now.
cleaning crew.
They come in SWAT style, busting through the windows and doors.
Mops on their
Too
back,
little.
wielding wash rags like nunchucks.
Exactly.
Kobolds probably would have done a better job than the agency.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no.
Too little ransacking, too many goods left behind, someone wanted her dead.
All right, so it's the agency we're heading towards.
Her sister, does she live nearby? I kind of asked Bakri.
Would I know that?
Probably not.
Okay.
She, I would say in
I'd say
conversation.
somewhere in the city, probably. but-
Yeah. You assume she works. Well, she does work at the refinery. You would assume she probably lives somewhere in the working district, but it's very hard. She never, Jensen never really talked in depth about her sister because she wanted to kind of keep a lot of that stuff separate from the work that she did. You had more of a working friendship with her that started to develop a little bit more, but she was never ever really very comfortable with talking about like where her sister was and what she did and where like her family stuff. She kind of kept that for herself.
All right.
Because if they were threatening her sister and trying to strong arm her into being a source of aether, I think she's in danger now.
I was gonna say, do we happen to know the sister's name? Maybe we can remove her from the situation, or even maybe she knows something. Maybe she's the one that's dealing with these, and this was just a mishap as they stepped in.
Agency might have that information. Persons of interest, known associates.
Could always ask down at the actual aether plant if necessary.
Yeah, but if she was secret, didn't reveal her sister's name, it might be a little tricky.
And Bach doesn't. You wouldn't recall. She never.
Okay.
She
Yeah,
never
that's
said
what I
anything.
was. Yeah. So. Yeah, you could probably just go down and ask the
Just find what
workplace,
evidence they
but
have.
they might not really appreciate us poking around. Which
That's
that
what
doesn't
lies
have to
on us.
stop us, but yeah. Maybe not do that first.
Go see what the agency has, then move from there.
But kind of out of character, which actually maybe be in character, would the agency be willing to provide more information in terms of like relative connections? Maybe they would know.
Hrotha said we had permission to reopen the investigation, right?
Yeah, you were basically doing almost like a post in like private investigation, but you were authorized by the agency. He had to get permission, so you're allowed to kind of inquire upon that if you go down to the agency. But you'd have to go basically down to the the bureaucratic district and kind of inquire upon that.
Okay, so I'll say, why don't we go as our next step is to the agency and see if maybe they can give us some information. Maybe they would point us to her sister, or if we mention something might be putting her at risk, they might step in.
I don't want to leave anything to the agency right now.
Yeah, they could get in our way as well.
Well, that is true, but if we put them on protection duty, they can step out of the way, and we could be more towards tracking down what really happened.
But they
I wouldn't trust them
might
to
have
protect us to
more
launch.
information we could get too.
Well, lead the way.
I assume we would all sort of know where the agency is.
Yeah,
It's like a
you're
pretty
all familiar
prominent.
enough with
Okay,
the city. I mean, you've probably been in the city for quite some time. Artemy definitely knows the city, and the two monks know by now because I think they've. You all two, did you all go to the ministry district? I think you did at one point in time as well. You were
I
at
don't
least.
think I did.
You were close. Actually, no, you were close. You were close because you all had to go to. Well, you didn't have to. Asher took you down to the sewers, and that was like the main entrance. Before the there's like a separating large bridge. That the main entrance to the sewers is right by. So he made you all smell for a little bit. Das.
Yes, that does ring a lot of bells.
Thank you, Das.
Now we own a bathhouse.
Kiss a homie. Now you have a bathhouse to clean yourself of the stink.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm considering asking the kobolds to come clean up this place and then just let us know if they actually find anything else, you know? Send a letter.
I mean, you'll probably pass by the mossy cleft anyway. You can be like, hey, here's an extra whatever for a side job. Go to this address and, and clean this place up.
Let me know if you find anything strange or glowy.
Yeah, mops and all.
Okay.
So you're going to the agency then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we will fast forward the walk. You make yourself through the remainder of the working district, then the market district, and then obviously across the large bridge that separates the market district from the ministry, or one of the bridges that separates the market district from the ministry district. And you kind of go through a small checkpoint. Nothing that's too searched. I don't think anybody here ever really brandishes their weapons, obviously, in public. So, it's just another stop point for some of the agency officers to look out for any kind of troublemakers or people that kind of stand out that look like they may be brandishing more than just your average, weapon for self-defense. If somebody comes in there strapped full of explosive aether shards or something like that, they'll probably have a problem with that, but I don't think that's anybody here.
Yeah.
So you make your way towards the agency, and obviously it's a very big bureaucratic building, large stairs that go up into these huge double doors, and probably only one of you has seen both sides of this location, maybe, but I wonder who that is. But the front entryway is very very typical of what you would think a policing building would look like. It's got a very, very large foyer with what would assumingly be lines for queuing. There's an individual at the front desk. It's just a younger human man trying to. He looks like he's basically doing his best to try to keep the order in the front desks, or at the front desk. There's people inquiring about certain things here, but you can see individuals being brought in through a side door that are basically shackled and being ushered off into a location where they're presumably being held. All this going down as you're entering in, because it's still a little bit later than midday after your investigations, but it's I would say what we would think of 2 or 3 o'clock at this point in time, and things are a little bit busier, obviously, on this side of town when it comes to at least this building. But as you get through, it's a relatively small queue. You can get up to the front desk, and the young man asks, state your business.
Yes, we're here looking into the death of one named Jinza. Can you assist us with the evidence that was found on the body?
The writ is like a physical letter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would have the seal of the city, and
Okay,
whomever bureaucrat approved the investigation.
Okay, yeah. I'd say we should present that too.
Oh, I was gonna wait and make a mask, but
I could just see Miss being like, "Yeah, we wanna see your shit," and then before the guy's like, "But where's the writ?" Like, fucking Bach is just like sliding it across the table and in front of his face.
Yeah.
I am the manager, energy.
Yeah.
I was just waiting to see for him to look at who was talking and not look down, but like over the desk to the little goblin that's probably technically underneath the desk talking.
Yeah,
like just talking to his kneecaps.
Yeah, all he could probably see was like the majoritively top of your hat that you have on. So probably not a good. He's literally talking down to you. But he's just like, all right, well, this looks in order. Give me just a moment. I'll get somebody to get the everything that we found, which was kind of very little on that particular person, as far as I'm aware, and we'll put it in a one of the waiting rooms for you all to review.
I'll just give him
Probably
a little
yes.
bow that he can't see.
Probably a snide little after he says very little.
Can I pop you over an eye? You kind of look familiar.
I have that effect.
He snidely responds back.
I just kind of whisper, "Gosh, you have one of those faces. You get asked that everywhere."
You're so kissable. Yeah, after some time and some I'm innocent mans, as people get kind of brought in, you know, the squabble that revolves around some struggling individuals, which he may be, you don't know at this point in time. But when he says I didn't stab that bureaucrat, and then, you know, the cop was just kind of like, or the agency officer is just kind of like, the knife was in your hands, we saw you do it. And he was like, it could have been a doppelganger, it could have been anybody. See, like, this whole squabble just being drug off into the distance. But eventually another officer comes up, kind of says, if you gentlemen don't mind following me. Takes you back to almost like it would be an interrogation room. And you know, escorts you in. There is a relatively big box of personal belongings within it, and also there's no real, like, there's like one chair. It's like a typical, like, good cop bad cop scenario interrogation room where there's really not many windows or anything like that at all. It's a little bit darker than usual. You know, that foreboding kind of feeling of someone's probably gonna try to fuck me up in this building if, or in this particular room if I'm left alone with them. But, you know, all the personal effects are there, and the officer says, this is all that we found on the deceased when we found them. Just knock on the door whenever you need us to come get this.
Would that detect magic still be up? Or is it I think it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I would say it probably not, but you can always cast it again. I'm not gonna, obviously.
Yeah. And just look at everything specifically for signs of Aether first. Also, is her weapon present?
Yeah, her longsword is there.
Okay.
It wasn't anything too special, but it did have like a particular, I guess, family sigil on it. On like
is it covered in blood?
No, it actually isn't covered in blood. It looks like it was actually it was somewhat cleaned. Like, it looks like it was some, you know, whenever you have someone that definitely takes care of their weapons, you've seen it bloody before. You know it's been used, but this has been cleaned. So it is presumably cleaned before she was found.
Okay, yeah. So my read is that either she wasn't expecting a fight, or it was someone who was very capable. That, because any normal person would have, she would have been the one left standing, probably.
Yeah, as
if
far
there
as you
was
can,
some sort of, yeah.
Real quick, like just before the officer leaves, I'll turn to Archon. Can I see what we found?
Yes, definitely. Let me hand that to you. And after I do that, I'm actually gonna kind of encourage Whittle to come out. I want to put him in the box with stuff, have him sniff around, see if he can find anything that may have a familiar scent from that letter.
Okay.
And with the note we found, I'll show the officer the symbol. We're gonna need everything you have on this, the messengers.
We harbor crimers here. Chat, we harbor crimers here.
So you're asking the officer then? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm asking him if he has anything regarding the messengers or that symbol specifically.
So are you giving him that particular note?
I'm showing him the symbol for now.
Okay. He looks at it and kind of squints, and then he goes, "I'll try to look in basically our evidence holding, but I'm not terribly familiar with that symbol. But if you don't mind giving me a few minutes, I'll go run in the back. I'll see what I could find if there's anything remotely like that, and I'll be back."
I'm a nod.
And as he's leaving, I'd be like, I'll hold a finger and be like, and maybe a list of the deceased's family in the city.
Yeah, I could probably do that too. I don't think there was much notated on the deceased, but I can try to find any kind of next of kin, especially if they need to be notified.
Perfect. That would be great.
And hand it back the note.
Does Mist feel like the officer was telling the truth, like that he didn't, or that I felt like that he didn't really recognize the symbol, or like he could have been playing it off?
Roll insight for me.
18.
You think he was pretty genuine?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, you don't think that there was anything at foul play with his response. When you feel like when he was squinting at it, he was genuinely perplexed because he'd not seen that particular thing. Like at least it looked like it was conveyed that he was relatively kind of perplexed about what kind of symbol that was because he'd not seen it before.
Good deal. Then Miss wants to turn and go through the belongings, but I'm looking for anything residue-y, powdery. There's no blood on the blade. There's the scuffle signs weren't drastic or big, or like there was a huge defense at play. I want to see if I could find anything poisonous or paralytic or anything potentially that may have been used at this point.
Yeah, even at like where there's signs of like bruised knuckles and things, or like defensive wounds on her, or
well,
would be a good thing to ask.
In the effects, well, when the officer comes back, you guys can ask more of that too. You are able to at least look at the effects at this point in time. Obviously, the sword is pretty polished and clean. It's a presumably a family sword because she has almost like a little, what do they call it? Almost like a little talisman on the pommel of the longsword, and it's kind of got, from what Bach has been told anyway, almost like a family sign on it. But other than that, it's a pretty straightforward sword. Nothing too grandiose about the design. It is very practical and very straightforward with what it does. It's not aiming to be fancy, and it's you've seen it work, Bach, and it does work. So she didn't really feel the need to be overly ostentatious with her weaponry. Her leather chest piece that she had, it's a leather armor, looks like it has normal scuffs on it, and things that she would normally try to repair. Of course, you know that she had been on a recent adventure for the most part, or recent writ, because she was talking to you essentially about that before you took yours to basically head out of the city and take care of it. So you know that she was on one recently, so there could be reasonable suspicion that she was not able to repair her armor that quick because it was such a quick turnaround time when she got back and you went on yours. You do see as you pick it up though to try to observe it, or at least as all of you are observing it, Whittle is kind of like hanging on close to the neck piece of what would be the leather armor, and he's like sniffing it like crazy, and then at least from what you can tell, Archer, and he looks kind of slightly dizzy as he smells near the neck piece.
As soon as I notice that, I'll kind of just look at everybody and be like, I think Whittle's found some like familiar scent from the note.
While this is happening, just ritually casting detect magic again.
As you obviously detect magic and you take a closer look, it does look like there are let's say that there is a certain residue that does look like it has the effects of aether, but it also smells of alcohol. So it looks like these two substances were mixed together.
And those two are not supposed to mix, correct?
As far as you're aware.
Sort of like a don't drink with this medication kind of thing. Unless you really want to see things just floating around.
I would say this. You and very likely, well, I would say the majority of you, except for maybe Artrin, would know that you can technically mix aether once it's refined with certain things to a degree, and make some concoctions. There are alchemists out there that actually do that, especially within the city. However, if you know that you found something obviously on the floor where she may have been found, as well as on her person that she may have imbibed, you can assume that something wasn't mixed right.
Okay. So, like, some sort of poisoning might have been a decent possibility then.
It is very possible. You've not known her to mix guilty pleasures at all, let alone something that would obviously do some kind of harm to her.
Okay.
Yeah, and with seeing Whittle kind of acting like this, I'll look and be like, does anyone know if this can be made into some kind of harmful substance or a drug of some kind?
I would say most likely.
Yeah, that's just the kind of, because I don't know, you know, Archer doesn't know, he's gonna question
Right.
it, even though you guys are all thinking that.
Yeah. And clearly something I just don't know. I'm sure there's something that could be done with it, I just don't know, like, what specifically.
Would Mist have an idea of like the ratios it would take, or how much or how little, based on what we saw on the floor, or ooh, I wonder if we could smell it in any of the alcohol bottles that was in the house.
While you didn't open anything up, you're not entirely sure. You didn't really see anything out of place. Like, nothing looked like that was moved. Although she did tend to drink a lot. Bach was pretty much forward with that. So, you know, there was going to be a lot of movement on those shelves anyway, at least with her own liquor. So it's very hard to determine because, you know, you can kind of go through those possibilities like, well, maybe I did check the alcohol, but you knew that she did tend to drink a lot, so there was probably a lot of movement. Like, none of those alcohol bottles would probably been still for very long. She tended to drink whenever she was home from a big job. But yeah, you doing brewing would at least give you a good idea as far as what could constitute as something that is dangerous to imbibe. And especially with something as volatile as aether. So just as an example, because this is fairly well known, I guess, in the world by pretty much everybody, unless you're just totally ignorant. You can refine aether down to like shards. And these are the little bits of ammo that are used in shard locks. So they can be actually refined to be something that's very, very volatile. It's not something that you would normally, especially if it is very concentrated, that you would want to imbibe, because it will do weird things. There's aether storms that swing by once in a while in all parts of the world that literally either transform things into something else, drop shit out of the air. Like, there's all sorts of weird stuff that happens. So you can imagine that in a great concentration, imbibing something like that is probably not good for the body.
Probably, yeah.
I thought it was a natural home remedy.
Apply directly to the forehead. Gain third eye, see everything.
have the sniffles, just dip the pinky and shove it up your nose.
Madman's knowledge.
You can smell into the next dimension.
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of general knowledge that you all would be able to piece together that if something like this was imbibed in such a concentrated form, it probably was not a good thing.
Do we know if we are allowed to take evidence from this, or are we only allowed to view it?
You don't know.
I think I will ask said officer when he comes back, because at the very least, since the sword has a family crest on it, like a heraldic symbol, I'd at least like to take that to the sister.
I figured I had already, I was already holding on to the sword.
Buck's like, no, it's mine. It's mine.
I mean, yeah, that's as long as the idea is there, then that's fantastic.
Yeah. Good idea.
Works better than what I was going to suggest. I was going to say we can heat it up, and then since I carry little bits of wood on me at all times, I'll just take a wood burn marking of it, so we can have that.
Oh,
Yeah, I was actually thinking of taking like a charcoal rubbing of it to try and find the sister. Hey, is this your house? Is your house? That's the plan.
Yeah, I mean, I assume since we have the writ, and it's like sort of our investigation.
But as you go through, just to kind of like wrap up what's in that box, you go through, you see a previous writ that she had from her last job that she had finished. It hadn't been turned in yet. There is just some identifying paperwork that she had, what would be the equivalent of a wallet, and any kind of like she had a coin pouch that, surprisingly, even though it's in the agency's possession, still has a fair amount of money in it as well. So just a few personal effects, identifying things. She had a bracelet as well, things that were hers, but obviously with the money and the writ still there, whatever had happened, whatever exchange had happened, there was still, she still had money on her.
It wasn't just like robbery or anything.
Yeah, that's what you could probably conclude from that.
Mist will turn to Bach and ask, do you know if there was anyone that she drank with regularly or would have invited to her home for a drink?
There's probably lots of people.
In fact, I'm looking at the writ. Like, how do the writs work? Does everyone taking part in the writ have to sign it? And can I see her co-adventurers essentially on this writ?
Normally the writ is just handed out to the individuals that are going out on that particular one. It doesn't necessarily belong to anyone. So kind of possession is kind of key when it comes to the writ itself. Mainly because they're just given out to whoever's available. They never really know ahead of time, or Hrotha never really knows ahead of time who's able to actually partake in that particular writ. So he has multiple copies cleared by whomever it may be. So he'll go, just as background, he'll go to the ministry district, say, hey, this job is likely going to take X amount of people. I need this many copies of a writ. That way we can try to get it done. And, if there's anything that, or if it takes less people, or someone is lost in battle or whatever, then the remainder of the people split the pot.
Could we take the writ with us too then? In case it might open a few other doors or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we take it back to Hrotha and...
Yeah,
who else was...
got any documentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take it back with you. I'd say obviously if you're done reviewing everything else that's there, if you knock on the door, the officer will come back and say we've notated everything. We've logged all the belongings. We've did our initial thing. If you want to disperse this to her name is Layla, her sister. She lives in the working district. We're not entirely sure where, but at least, we know that she lives somewhere in the particular, in the working district. And also they kind of regurgitate stuff that you probably already know. She works at the.
The name is more than we had, so.
Yeah, she works obviously at the refinery. But other than that, you're allowed to take her belongings and obviously give them to the next of kin if that's what you wanted to do.
Yeah. So do you think we should try and head back to Hrotha, or look for her sister then?
I'll double check to see if he found anything on the messengers or that symbol or whatever.
Yeah. I guess we're probably a lot closer to where Hrotha is, right?
Yeah, you would be closer to Hrotha than you would be the refinery.
Okay, yeah, then maybe we go there first.
Yeah, it's still a trek in the opposite, or I guess the same direction at this point in time, away from the Ministry District. But yeah, you would hit Salus Salvage first, and then it would be the refineries a little bit farther outside of like basically on the outskirts of the working district, because they don't want it too close to where people live.
Okay, yeah. So if it's sort of on the way, then yeah.
But you did inquire. Artemy did inquire upon like the sigil or the symbol itself for the messengers, and the individual comes back. It's like I really don't know anything about this. This is the first time that I'm seeing of this, and I couldn't find anything in particular in our evidence locker, at least within the past 2 weeks. We tend not to keep things for a very long time unless it's a super major case. So I'm not entirely sure where this would be coming from. Was this found in the household?
This was all found. Oh wait, yeah, the message was, yeah.
Along with a number of other things.
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, you tell me.
Kind of like narrows his eyes at you. It's like, I think we're done here.
And Mist is already walking like out the front door.
I want to follow Mist.
But yeah, I will follow everyone else out.
All right, with that, we will make our way back to, you guys are going back to Salus Salvage for the writ and everything to inquire upon that? Okay, let's take a small break. We'll have like a bathroom break and shit like that, and then we'll continue from there.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll be back in like 5 or 10.
All right.
Let's do it.
Oh my goodness! Chat, your beautiful fucking faces. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back to harass you all for a few. Okay, bye. I'll be right back. Good. You must tongue the serpent. Tongue him good? Oh my goodness. I hope everybody's having a nice relaxing night. Oh god. Grab more of that meat. Get tongued, nerd. That shit's funny. I'm gonna roll a d20 and scare the players, even though most of them are in chat. Never mind, it's a 4. They don't have to be scared at all. I saw a lot of stuff talking about meat and sushi and alcohol and stuff. I don't know what's going on, and I'm scared and frightened. Watch your son this weekend. No! No, I'm a grown-ass man, Mom. You did husky scream. I don't have those set up on this scene because obviously it would be kind of disrupting if I was trying to like describe shit and then all you hear is the Berserk Guts theme and huskies screaming. No! Making coffee mead. Probably gonna work on it this weekend. That's awesome, dude. I know, Winged. I know. I appreciate it. I need to, and you gifted Serpent. My God, calm down on the subs, guys. I appreciate it. I really do. Oh yeah, well, I didn't get to read all of it. Hold on. I did see it a little bit, but I was just like, hold on. What? What did he say? Oh my God, what did he call you? That's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. Oh my God. Doss didn't weigh in that conversation at all. Oh my God. That's so fucked up. That is so fucked up. I was gonna say, Serpent, it must be really easy to just, it's like you set it and forget it, right? And then you don't have to worry until like your alarm goes off or a calendar reminder or some shit like that. Who's worse, good girl or female mind games? That's so fucked up. Oh my God. Ugh. That's just gross. That's so fucking gross. I mean, like if it's something that's consensual that's said but in a relationship that's already pre-established, whatever, whatever. But from a random guy, from a random fucking dude, that is gross as shit. Ictalian. Okay, so I need to get better personally. Like I'm super critical about the presentation of the stream. So I am going to, when I get spare time, it's like I always say that when I get spare time, to kind of refine it a bit more. This has been okay for a starting point, but I kind of want to refine it more and more and more. So I'll probably get on Canva and take a look at the I guess the design capabilities of the overlay stuff. If not, look into seeing who could possibly do a pretty good design for me. I do have those, I have those PNG tuber thingies, but they didn't work last time for some reason. So I got to figure out why they're not working and maybe redo it on my end. I don't even know. I really don't even know. It broke last time for some reason, so I'm not entirely sure if the link changed or I don't know. We take a break and I get to look at chat and I see orgasm machines. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just gotta gasm in chat. Yeah, the misogyny stuff was there for sure. Good girl. That's so fucked up. So fucked up. Should be like, who's a good little boy? Who's a good little boy? And we're all cursed. Starting to look like text. Listen. I'm gonna reveal something to you all that some of you already know. I'm older than him. So I will claim all the cursedness. And he's just emulating me. But, oh no, that's fucking... What the fuck? That's so stupid. That is so contradictory, Omitted. That's so contradictory. This is why I cheated, because you are immature and don't know what a loyal man looks like. Is that what that's a real loyal man looks like? How is that? How is that not contradictory? What the fuck is that shit? Yeah. Whatever. Real loyal man who cheated. Yeah, I was gonna say he wasn't talking about himself, right? He was. That's so fucking dumb. All right, we should probably continue. Because I don't want it to go too long. And I don't want everybody to be up super late. So hopefully we can get to some more bread and butter. Men need more women. That don't mean they ain't loyal. Hell yeah, Alberta. Hell yeah. I was gonna make some kind of stupid skull reference. I don't know why that came to mind, but yeah. I'm just eating one more piece of mango. Okay, so here's the thing, Ren. You find somebody you're matched with. And we ask them 2 vital questions. What is your stance on female mind games? And if that is anything other than I don't fucking talk like that, then you ask them how long they've been an incel. And there, problem solved. Problem solved. Just be more direct. Be more direct. Be like, I'm not trying to fuck around. You know? Trying to have an established relationship. How many selfies can you send me per hour? And is it more than 60? Well, that's good. But it's good that you can just tell someone to fuck off, right? I mean, that's probably the best case scenario. Because what the worst thing to do would be to probably go on these dates and then be nice to the individual and then them think that it's a like a lead on, right? Because then it'll just steamroll and get worse and worse and worse. And it's not your fault. It's this fucking misguided idea that a lot of mostly guys have, that if you are nice to them, or at least trying to see if there's an interest there, then, oh, fuck, they're my soulmate now or some shit. Like, I don't fucking understand that. So, yeah, just rip the Band-Aid off. And from what you said, you've been doing that, so. I just want to make sure you're not playing female mind games. Sorry. I know. Well, see, it's just a journey looking for that 10th man, then. That 10th gentle sir. You need a secure nerd who is gonna be okay with themselves and gonna be okay with you, obviously, and not either be like codependent or whatever. But as long as you're up front with it, you need a real loyal man. All right. Okay, I'm done harassing Chad.
Are you
It was
sure?
beautiful.
Are you positive?
No, I mean, I want to continue to harass, but it's fine. It's fucking demo. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm taken. All right, so we're making our way downtown, walking fast.
God damn it.
I was trying to ignore it, but
You cannot. Obviously, you're making your way back to Salus Salvage to investigate, or at least question the previous writ, right?
yeah, just see if it brings any new information in.
As you walk back by and briefly talk to Hrotha about it, it just seems to be like it was the previous writ that she was on. It was basically taking down a particular troublesome magical beast, it seemed, outside of the city that was harassing some of the farm fields. Nothing that seems too out of the ordinary, just like a typical monster hunt from what you can gather.
1 second.
It's a monster mash.
Yes, I am a grandpa.
Right, sorry about that.
That's
I don't know
okay.
if you could hear it, but the cat shut the door and then wanted it back open.
No, but that's hilarious. Let me in!
Yeah.
But it was just a typical monster hunt as far as you're aware. There was probably a group of 4 people that is including Genza that participated in it, and the rest of them had already turned in their writs, basically.
So that means everyone else got paid, but not.
Well, and the thing is,
Or
they assumed that she was going to turn in the writ, so Hrotha technically has the money for this particular payout at this point in time, and he knows, at least from the others, that Genza did make it out alive. Like, she wasn't killed in battle or anything of that nature.
okay, yeah.
So it was assumed that she was going to hand it in at some point. Omitted. But I mean, it's pretty cut and dry as far as the writ is concerned. There didn't seem to be any kind of foul play associated. The other individuals that were involved in that particular monster hunt, Hrotha is fairly certain they didn't have any kind of hand in anything. I mean, you can never be 100% certain, but as far as he is aware, he did not suspect any kind of like foul play from them when they came in, and Hrotha has a pretty good way of sussing out the intentions of individuals, so he thinks he could trust the individuals that actually came in.
Yeah, and I assume it's not like a crazy amount of money or anything like that, right?
No, nothing that
Nothing that would like lead
warrant
someone
foul
to
play.
murder. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, kind of paired up with what, I mean, the writ was still on her body or at least with her
Exactly,
belongings,
yeah,
and
no
she
one-
still had money on her too. It doesn't seem like that would be the case.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, pretty standard
does-
stuff.
And does Hrotha know anything about the messengers?
He does not. He's not entirely sure exactly what that particular symbol is.
Just for general knowledge, I guess because Arjun doesn't know too much. Are writs, are they active until you turn them in? They're just there?
They're pretty open-ended. I would say that whenever you go to hand them in, like before I was saying, they are issued, like Hrotha goes to the ministry district, says, hey, I need writs for about X individuals because this job is going to be relatively large, or they'll come to him and say, hey, this job is worth, for X individuals of this amount of gold. Here's this amount of writs that you can dole out to whoever you see fit to get it done. And once it's completed, it'll get handed back into the ministry district where they have like a bank set up. And essentially they usually have it plotted for all those individuals to come back in and claim that particular money, unless they are confirmed like dead because of the job or something of that nature.
Makes sense.
And then obviously at that particular case, if it is in the instance where one person was killed in battle, and there's no foul play expected or suspected, that the funds will be split up unless some kind of extenuating circumstances in play. So yeah, from what you gathered, nothing really odd about this.
So as of right now, what we know is there was an argument with somebody that we don't know and never saw their face in a back alley. There was signs of the lightest of scuffles in the house, and we found the residue or a puddle of a vial's worth of raw or processed ether. There was no actual combat in which blood seemed to have been drawn, at least not with the evidence we found. There's a note saying, give us Aether or else, from a group called the Messengers. And her very recent past seems to be clean and clear in terms of shadiness other than the individual.
That seems to be correct.
And then the sister works in a plant that processes it, which would probably be the source of said Aether.
Correct.
So I feel like our two current goals would be to find out the link with the Messengers, to find out who, if they sent an assassin of some sort, or we may need to inquire if the sister knows something or knows anything about oh gosh, I just forgot the name. Genza's deal / not deal, just being threatened by, especially since she seemed to have a vial on her.
Yeah, it wasn't a vial, it was just residue. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. My other thought was she invited somebody into the house, or someone came into the house, maybe there was a business deal or something, they decided to have a drink, and the drink was drugged, which could explain why there was some of that smell or that that kind of vibe going on around the neck piece of the armor. That the mouse found, that Whittle found. There we go, Whittle. So we could ask neighbors if they saw and or recognized someone who came into the house with. Not that I expect we might get an answer. Again, sister, or we could just start asking random people if they know. I don't know how else to pursue the messenger route.
Is it like part of the city where people would be actively paying attention to things like that and like know their neighbors well or stuff, or is it?
I mean, in this particular area, there's probably I would I'm generalizing now, but because it is such an area that people are wandering in and out of for work at all points in time, and generally just put their nose to the grindstone and then keep their head down and just do what they need to do to survive. Probably not a lot of individuals that you think you'd be able to get a lot of information out of, just because of the general nature of like, the agency isn't here to protect me. I have to just survive out here. Who the fuck are you? Kind of, like mentality.
Yeah.
Okay. So then my suggestion at this point is going to be we go to the plant and hunt down the sister, because we don't know where the sister lives. Just the name Layla. So Miss is just going to speak up and go. At this point, I think we need to question and or give the bad news to Layla that I do.
Do we know where she works? Like
It's
down at the
the
specific
refinery.
plant, or
Refinery.
Yeah.
could talk to her employer.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the investigation. So as long as you have the writ, it's signed by the necessary authorities. You should be able to kind of head that way if you wanted to, and make a thing of it.
Oh, we should have asked who found the body. God damn it.
Yeah.
We're back at the agency. Never mind.
If we're still at the salvage, does Hrotha actually know who found the body?
He wouldn't know either.
Okay, fair enough.
He was basically made aware by the agency themselves.
I see.
So it depends. We can go to the refinery and we can revisit the agency, find whoever found the body. Though the sister does seem like the better lead.
I definitely think the sister would give us more information, at least in terms of maybe who her sister was reacting with, or if there was someone coming after her, and it was taken into other hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's head to the refinery then.
Alrighty. Well, as you all start heading that way, it starts to become essentially like dusk, basically. Lights start to fall. It's been a long half of your day, because obviously it's been some time to do some investigations, walking halfway across the city, walking halfway back, trying to do all these questioning tactics that at least have given you some information so far. It's not necessarily been the most revealing, but it does seem like it's a particular instance where someone was very likely unnecessarily ended before their actual time. And it kind of hits a little bit harder for Bach there, because of not only your upbringing, I guess, or your practices that you do. You understand that this hits closer to a nerve to where you draw a lot of your power from than it would anything.
Okay.
And you really have this urge to get this uncovered and really want to make things right, as this voice in the back of your head is basically telling you in almost a voice familiar to Genza's that you need to make this right.
All right.
So you all walk across, basically spanning the entire working district. As it gets darker and you see some families kind of settling in and lights come on, and the streets of the working district obviously are different from the markets. They have less automated lights that come on that are like not on timers or anything of that nature. It's all almost hand lit for the most part, or just lit via the ambient light from people's houses that are able to just light lanterns. So it's a little bit darker than most other areas, and some of you are more used to it than others. But you take some solace in the fact that there are still families here trying to like make their way despite the hardships, and some of them do seem to be happy as you hear laughing and cheers and kids playing as you just walk through this seemingly unhappy location that happiness does somehow find a way. Even in the middle of all these like production plants and places that would just really tear you apart to live in a day-to-day scenario, there are people that still find happiness somehow. But you eventually make your way to the refinery, and it is a little bit more noisy in this particular location. It is still on the outskirts of the working district, but it's not too far away from many of the houses that are still there. A lot of the houses, though, that are nearby are somewhat abandoned, or you can imagine that there's probably squatters in it. Just because being too close to a refinery, or at least some kind of automated industry of some kind, probably doesn't make for the best living conditions. But it is a location that does have quite a few people meandering into the actual production facility. For those that are relatively familiar with any magical processes, probably majoritively just Artemian mist, I guess, at this point. The process that is used to refine aether is very much so like heavily steeped in alchemy. So it's not something that you have a lot of pistons and large mechanical equipment that is there or anything of that nature. It would be mostly just very precise measurements and beakers and vials, and there is still some like pressurizing involved, but it's a more precise thing, despite the fact that it is being like mass refined like it is in this particular refinery. But as you enter in, you do know that there is like a small office area in front before it opens up to like almost like a larger warehouse. It's a refinery because it has a few chimneys that kind of vent any kind of like exhaust from the building itself. But for the most part, it does resemble like a very old, somewhat battered warehouse location. But in the front, it does have like a front office, and it does have someone essentially manning that front office, which is just a female dwarf that very long hair, braided on both ends, not really dressed in any particular fancy attire, obviously, because she is in a refinery after all. But a couple of one overall strap that she has on is like tied up nice and tight, and the other one is kind of thrown over her shoulder. She's got her legs kicked up on the desk as she's leaning back in a chair, and she's just kind of reading some local news as she kind of like peruses a newspaper while she's just watching as everybody comes and goes.
You really have me picturing like brewery size industrial beakers and alembics and things like that.
Yeah.
for processing this.
Yeah.
Probably just approach the front desk. Evening.
Just kind of nods. Are you here to work?
No, but we're looking for one of your workers for an investigation.
Well, what kind of investigation are you looking for? She kind of squints at you and like gives you an eyebrow suggestively.
The kind of less you know about it, the better.
So we do have a writ.
Having always on point with this writ.
Just flash it real quick.
Listen,
Just trying to get things done.
this is business, damn it.
We're looking for someone named Layla.
She kind of like,
she works here.
yeah, she puts down, or she like does the whole, kicks her feet off of the desk and folds the newspaper up slowly and puts it down on the table, looks at the writ. Because Layla works here. If you want to go towards the back, she's closer to the back. She basically says like the back entrance, which is like the back left of the warehouse as you're looking at it.
Nod. Thank you very much. Let's head off in that direction.
As you're all walking, you can see her kind of leaning back again, feet popped up, and she goes back to reading her like newspaper, and she kind of yells to you as you're walking back, "Don't mess with anything."
I just nod and keep walking.
Kind of loft a hand.
Arjun will slap his hands to his side and walk kind of like a board.
But again, as you're walking back, you get the full force of why this is pretty dangerous. You have things mixing here and there. You can see, certain beakers are being more pressurized than others, and then the off-put gas that comes from them, and they're being filtered into these like unpressurized, almost like naturally pressurized hoods, like venting hoods that all feed into this almost centralized location for a big chimney that pops out of the middle of the actual warehouse. And near the back, there is a not too young. I would say she's probably about the same age as, I think Artemy's likely one of the younger ones here. Relatively same age as Artemy. Kind of working on one of the levers, watching as this beaker is becoming pressurized, and then you can see her like twisting or turning like a valve to release pressure. And every once in a while, she'll wait, see as something else begins to pressurize, and she kind of maintains that pressure before a failsafe kicks in to make sure that the things that are being pumped into this tube, which you assume, because it's of like a silvery nature, is very much so like raw aether. So it's being tempered in some way or shape or form, first and foremost, as she's basically like pressurizing it and depressurizing it constantly to try to get it to a state that leaves her area and goes on to the next little station.
So I'm gonna let Bakri take the lead here, since I did not know this person or the people that knew them.
Well, I don't know her sister, just her, right?
You're the closest we got.
But yeah, well,
yeah.
that too.
Just her sis.
I just walk up and sort of say I was a friend of her sister and just express my condolences, but well, I guess first I'd ask if she had heard about what happened yet, or
I'm gonna say that she hadn't. First and foremost. Yo, sorry that your sister's dead, but what?
yeah.
Why don't we take this somewhere else?
Yeah, so I just asked if we can like step aside somewhere or anything like that.
Yeah, as you approach her, she she notices you. She seems like she's a fairly I'd say lean like 5'7" woman, so relatively tall, darker hair. She's got some goggles on to help protect from anything. So as soon as she turns around, she looks like she's an aviator to some kind. But as she's kind of like relieving pressure and whatnot, you say, hey, I knew your sister. Can we go to a private location just to talk? And as you're saying that, she does notice that you have her sword.
Yeah,
you have her sister's sword.
Exactly.
And then she basically motions to someone nearby and says, hey, I need you to cover for just a few minutes, okay? And they kind of nod and come on over, and you see this verdant goblin kind of take the wheel, so to speak, and start doing things that should be done at this particular station so nothing explodes and causes a fucking aether holocaust.
Probably helps. Yeah, so I guess it's probably not the best way to say it, but I think Bakri would just lead off with your sister's body was found.
Holy shit.
And sort of just start
Chaotic behavior. What?
say like she's a good friend and we're trying to look in to see what happened. Yeah, I imagine this probably isn't the sort of conversation he's had before.
Probably not. But as you're basically saying, hey, I'm Bakri, this is basically what happened. We happened to, know that your sister had passed, blah blah blah. She seems sad, but not so surprised, I guess, at the fact, because she did do a lot of mercenary work, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the hazards of the job that is almost understood, that it could very well happen one day that sister may not show up or sister may not go home. Now, to the means of which she disappeared, she doesn't know all that, but she seems sad but not surprised that today was the day that she was going to find out that her sister had passed.
Yeah, and would offer the sword and the other personal effects.
While he's doing that, can I step forward and say, I want to be along the lines of checking to see if she maybe flinches a little bit, but say it appears that there has been a scuffle in her abode. We are investigating this, and I want to use insight to see if maybe she is like, oh no, they caught her, or knows anything.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to roll insight for me?
20.
She, from your perspective, genuinely acts as if she didn't know about whatever scuffle you're talking about. She is surprised to hear that there was a scuffle, I guess, that may have happened. But the last that she had spoken with her sister was probably before she had left for the for her last writ. So until you said scuffle, she just assumed that the monster hunt that she was going on ended poorly for her sister and not something else had happened.
No.
But it seems genuine. Like, her reaction does seem genuine. It doesn't seem like she is putting any kind of lie on or
Yeah, she doesn't know of any secret dealings that maybe she got herself into or something.
No. Not as far as she's aware. She doesn't know of anything that, she would be actively withholding that you can tell.
I would. We kept the message, right? We didn't give it to the agency.
No, you kept that.
Yeah.
Artemis still has that.
I'd say we should bring that on and
I'll-
mention that we found
I'll pull out the note.
signs of aether residue. And I think I would sort of present it in a way as like, we're wondering if because of where you work, there was some connection, so we want to let you know so you can be on guard or whatever as well, sort of a thing. And just see how she reacts.
Yeah, as you say that, she like something in her clicks. Something like you could see on her face that it's almost as if she goes pale. As if you said, it looks like there was aether residue on something, and then she just kind of like stares off blankly and looks like, her face goes pallid as if, she just saw a ghost.
All right.
I'm doing behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, so I think, I guess just asked, would she know of or hear any unusual orders coming through the place, or any supply gone missing or anything, or?
She takes a moment, probably a literal 15 to 20 seconds, because you can see that she's staring off somewhere. I mean, you could look in that direction, but it's literally like looking at nothing.
Yeah, and then not trying to ask it in an intimidating way or anything.
Yeah, no.
Mhm.
Yeah, I kind of understood what you were getting at. But she starts to, you see her eyes start to kind of dart, and she starts to hyperventilate, or at least breathe in deeply, like something had happened, and her body is reacting in such a way that she just doesn't know how to react. So it's almost like a panic attack is hitting her at that point in time. As soon as you bring all that up, she's trying to vocalize something, but her panic attack is coming at her so hard that she just can't vocalize what it is she wants to say.
It's okay. Take a deep breath. And while this is happening, I'm having Jory on Overwatch to see if this is drawing any specific attention.
While that's going on as well, can I use a medicine check to maybe see if I can find something that would help calm her down?
Yeah, Artemy, roll perception, and then do you have medicine, Archon?
I do.
Okay, yeah, roll that for me.
Can I roll perception for my owl?
Yeah.
All right.
I got 22.
Oh,
She
shit.
has advantage on sight-based, if that.
Yep, go ahead.
All right. 21.
All right, give me a sec. I will convey something here in just a moment. Actually, I can do it.
He can communicate with me telepathically up to 100 feet as well.
Okay. We'll do Archon first. Archon, you do know that from what it looks like, she is having basically a panic attack, and it is something that it appears to be emotionally driven from the situation. If you have something that is relatively cold, which is probably nearby, I would say maybe one of the beakers outside that has been relatively discarded is actually a relatively cold object. If you hold it to the inside of her forearm, it'll help break her of this panic, because the cold will help kind of distract from whatever the hell is going on in her mind right now.
Okay, so would that be something that I have to run outside and grab, or can I see it?
Now you guys are kind of outside the back anyway. So you're kind of out the backside entrance talking about this, and they just have a bunch of spare glass tubes and whatnot outside that you can just kind of grab one. And considering you're out back, it's like someone taking a smoke break. That's pretty much what she did.
Right.
Okay.
And you guys are slightly outside the backside of the warehouse.
Perfect. So if it's less than 30 feet from me, I want to use Mage Hand, and I'll just grab it and pull it to me, and just immediately do that. Put it on her forearm and try to calm her down.
Yeah, and that definitely tends to help. You can see her breathing slowing down. In the meantime, while this is happening, Artemy and Mist, you both see that there are a few individuals, I would say 3 individuals nearby, that that basically they don't seem like they fit into this particular scenario that well, because they are in this back alley and they are wearing a uniform that is not familiar to you all. They are all in cowls and closed faces, and they're basically heading in the direction of where you all are at. And they notice at least the group that is talking to Layla right now. Miss, they do not notice you for good reasons. Essentially you're probably on, actually you could tell me where we're at, or where you're at rather. So I'll go ahead and we'll theater of the mind this, because I don't have a map right now, but the back of the big warehouse, it's basically like a T section. So you have to the left, you have one street, to the right you have one street, and then right in front of you, you have an alleyway going down, cutting down the backside of 2 buildings, essentially. Those were the 3 individuals are coming from on the far side of that long block of the building, but they are headed this way. So your barn owl Artemis sees that, and Mist, you see that. Mist, you are allowed to position yourself however you want in this particular instance. You do notice that they are walking with purpose towards you 3. And I would say Layla's back is to them right now. Artrin, you're obviously more preoccupied with Layla right now, and then Havoc, you as well, because you're both kind of dealing with her on a conversational basis.
Yeah.
I'm probably like, I offered an arm to Layla, and like in the process just kind of like glared at Jory and had him fly around looking for shit. And I'm gonna make eye contact with the 3 approaching, get her inside now, and I cast Mage Armor.
Mist will have, if there is anywhere possible, when I decided to ninja vanish when we started to move her outside to talk anyways, if there was anywhere to get like an above vantage point, then I would have climbed up to kind of have that Batman style lookout to see what was going on. So if possible, I want to be looking down into the alley, waiting for them to effectively walk underneath me, since they seem to have such purpose, and they're obviously being in secret. That I am ready to pounce, so to speak.
Yep, you because you rolled so fucking high on your stealth, you can position yourself however you want, and you had enough time.
Awesome. I'm not gonna like jump them immediately, but I want to at least be in a position where if combat ensues, I want to be able to jump behind and kind of pincer them in.
Okay. As Artemy basically says this, Artrin, you hear, I guess same thing with Buck. You both hear under her breath as she's trying to snap out of it. They threatened me. I just gave them a vial to get them away.
Inside now.
How far are we from the door to get her inside?
Not far at all.
Okay, so while holding the beaker, kind of trying to calm her down, I will then throw that, and I'm just going to pick her up and sprint for the door.
All right.
Would I have time to, like... Actually, never mind.
Okay.
Actually, wait, yeah, no. If I have time, I would cast Bless, seeing stuff start to happen here.
Yeah, and you can...
You've got 3 targets for that.
Yeah. Yeah, just at first level. So I think Mist was the one that sort of vanished, so I couldn't see him. So it'd be me and Artemy and Artrin.
Gotcha.
That is fair. So yeah, as you can see them basically approaching you all, they start to walk up, and they're walking with purpose. They're not trying to be clandestine at all, because they only perceive obviously 3 people as well. Well, aside from Layla, but they don't really perceive, as from what you can tell about their stature and the way that they're poising themselves, her as a threat. So they're making their way down that particular alleyway, almost in like, I don't want to say that. I was gonna say like sharks and jets fashion, where they're just kind of like bravado marching down. You know, they seemingly do not have any kind of hesitation about their purpose in this particular instance. So they're making their way to where that T is for the alleyway, where it's close to the back of the warehouse, and you're all separated by, I would say, about 20 feet of distance between their opening of that long corridor between the two buildings, and obviously the T part that you're actually sitting in right now, aside from Archer, who's essentially in the doorway with Layla right now. And they just kind of square up and say, she owes us more.
I think she owes you fucking nothing.
I guess let's go ahead and roll initiative.
All right.
So before we roll initiative, I wanna kind of put her down,
Alright.
of course, at the door. When I ask her, is it safe inside?
She doesn't really know how to respond.
I was just looking for like, yes, I'll be okay, because I want to, of course, protect her, but I don't want to hinder myself in a fight. I wanted to put her inside and close the door, but she's not going to indicate that it's safe. I'm just going to kind of stand in front of her.
Alien, that is garbage, dude.
Dude, right? So I rolled so good on perception. I rolled amazing on stealth. A 1 had to come somewhere.
Mm.
The fates had to balance me out.
Alien rolled a 1.
Bless his just attack rolls and saves, not ability checks.
I think I want to say that's correct.
Yeah, I think
Not
it's...
initiative. It's not initiative. I know that. Yeah, attack roll and save.
Guidance would help for the other one.
Yeah,
Well, I got
17
9.
for initiative.
like guidance is also concentration. I got 19. So
Nice.
Holy poop.
Thank God for carrying us, you guys.
Okay, let me do this real quick. Let me write this down before I forget.
Do you want me to put my initiative in chat?
Oh, well, Winged... Hold on. Winged is giving somebody inspiration, so...
which chat are we using?
We can just put it in the voice chat.
Okay.
Oh, shit. All right, well...
Natural 20.
Oh my god!
Awesome.
All right, well...
Nice.
Winged.
I was gonna say, you could thank Winged for that shit.
From a 1 to a 20.
Jory, what are we doing for that? Does he go on my turn, or do you want me to roll separately for him?
I mean, I think to simplify it, let's just have him be on your initiative for right now.
Gotcha.
You got a pretty good initiative, too. Okay, so 23 Alien, Archer 9.
Although I'm not going to lie, the initiative order actually fits perfect for what we're all doing.
Yeah, it's actually, yeah. I mean, it worked out better for Alien, because he's like, gonna hopefully get the drop on people as long as he doesn't fuck up a dismount or something.
Yeah.
And I still have an initiative that I was given previously, but I still hadn't spent.
oh, yeah. Havoc, what was yours?
A 19.
All right, let me roll for these nerds. Oh my god, natural 20 on that guy.
Okay, get
We're
the
the
20
only
out
ones
now.
that are supposed to roll well.
Well, sorry. Fucking cheater. I'm not a cheater. I'm not a cheatins. All right, let me get the second one. Holy crap. All right. Awesome. And the last one. All right. What is your dexterity bonus, Exalen?
+3.
Okay. You know,
Do we have a tie?
Yes, we do.
Do we just roll off?
Yeah, fuck it, go for it.
And it comes back.
Well, they're going first, so.
That fucking one is relentless.
Can you get rid of those virtual dice?
Yeah.
No.
Wing just gave you inspiration again.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Hey, there we go. A 12 this time.
Well, he rolled like a 16,
Damn.
so.
You know what? I'll use my previous inspiration I was given. Damn it.
Jesus.
21. I have no more inspiration.
All right, well, you do go before him now. Barely, just barely. So what would you like to do?
The one that I see flinch first, like he's going to do something, I jump down to land on that fucker's head. With a cross between a guttural growl and a shriek, but coming from a tiny creature. So I
There's a
have
hawk
no
noise in the
idea.
background as the
Yep.
Assassin's Creed air assassination.
Exactly. The it kind of screechy though. I just land on top with sigh out in my hand. I have 2 sighs, and the screech is indicative of fury of the small. Effectively, I'm wanting this to be both a sneak attack, hoping I can get some sweet advantage, and be on the backside to have them flanked for any other advantages my tiny form can have.
Okay, just roll for it.
Sweet.
While he's doing that, can I also say that
uh.
I'd like to yell from the back friendly, because I know this is his fighting style, so I'm used to it.
Okay.
Creature.
Do I get advantage? I guess because they don't know I'm here.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage.
All right. So we're going with the 16 to hit for the first attack.
Okay. Let me see here. Yeah, we'll say that's a hit.
Okay. That first hit will be 5 total damage.
All right.
And no, these are blunt thigh. These are rounded, so they're like it's a sharp tip, but I'm beating them, like bludgeoning with them.
Okay.
And then I'm going to flurry of blows this cat. First attack is going to be a 17. Second attack is only going to be an 8, unless I get advantage on either of those.
No.
Okay. Then the second set of damage will be another 6. Oh, and add 2, I believe. Hold on, where's Fury of the Small?
Isn't it per your level, I think?
When your damage creature size is larger than you with an attack or spell, you do an extra 2 damage. You can use it twice per long rest. So, this should be at least 1 extra 2 on that.
Okay, I got it.
I don't know if that lasts for the whole turn or not, but there you go.
All right, it's been logged.
And then I'm just gonna kind of growl under my voice, "You owe us." And that will be my turn.
So I'm just making notes on everybody. I think, yeah, the guy got fucked is up next.
Green Batman spider monkey jumps down from the rooftops.
Let me just log this stuff real quick. Sorry, hold on. hold on, everyone. I want to log the statistics real quick that I'm running with. Okay, let me give him a roll. Right, well, that's not a failure, or not a complete failure, a critical failure. As he, it seems like it's a he anyway. As he gets hit by this fury of the goblin, he tries to basically just swing back as fast as he can with just like a right hook and misses entirely. And then before he is able to do anything else, he uncorks something and drinks a blue liquid. And you're not entirely sure what it is, but he imbibes it as quickly as he can after taking a swing at you. Okay, let's see who's next. One of the other guys is actually next. And because the goblin is the closest, he's going to attack the goblin. Does a 17 hit?
Only just.
Gotcha.
I am right at 17.
Well, fuck, I don't have... Hold on.
Wait, how do you have more AC than I do?
What's your wisdom?
+2.
Mine's +4.
Oh, damn. Okay.
+3 dex, +4 wisdom.
Such a wise boy.
Gotcha.
-1 charisma.
I'm right there with you.
Can't talk to people, but it's fine.
It's the mask. The mask scares people off.
That is true.
It's
That
the
is true.
teeth for me. Sorry.
So the one of the ones right next to him, as you kind of like jump behind them into somewhat of the fray, you see one of them just kind of turn around and go for like a kick. And you're used to this kind of like martial prowess and training, but he catches you kind of off guard after you've kind of semi-exerted yourself with the multiple blows that you threw at one of the lead guys, or the lead guy. And he kind of like catches you in the side as he goes for like just a simple boot kick, and it does about three points of damage.
I don't even make a noise. I just stare him down. Well, I stare his knees down because I refuse to look up at him.
I stare up at his knees.
Napoleonic complex in full swing.
It's coming out. All right, Havoc.
All right. Which one of them is like closest to us? Like, because they're coming towards us, right?
Well, yeah, they kind of were. I would say the third one who hasn't acted yet is probably the closest, because they just have not, at least at this point in time, had a chance to react to what's happening kind of in the middle of them or behind them.
All right. In that case, I am going to... Yeah, whoever's the closest one, I'm gonna like break some crystals off, or like some gemstones, and throw them at him, and cast Spiritual Weapon.
So for everybody that doesn't know, what crystals are you breaking off?
They're basically
where?
just like sort of narrow, long sapphires, like not quite blades, but just like shards, I guess.
Are they growing out of you?
Yes, I'm a
Ooh.
gemstone dragonborn. And
Gemstone dragons are my freaking favorites.
I want it just to be sure. It's the one I didn't write down. It's a bonus action to cast, yes, but do I get... Yeah, and I get an attack when I cast
crystals.
it. So that's going to attack. And that's not great. A 14, does that hit?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Blood minerals.
Right. And that will be 7 points of
force damage.
All right.
And then while all these like shards are floating around and just stabbing him and like going for the eyes and everything, I'm gonna run up and make a melee attack with my Kopesh.
All right, go for it.
That is better, so 17.
Yeah.
Although that is only 6 points of slashing damage.
Already noted.
And then, yeah, that'll be it. And so I'm standing next to him and I'm concentrating on. Oh wait, no, spiritual weapon isn't concentration because bless is. It's it feels like it should be concentration, but for some reason it's not. So
It's very good that it's not concentration.
yeah,
But it feels like the kind of spell that should be.
yeah, but that means bless is still up too.
So as
That's why I was like, I wasn't sure if I was casting because I wanted to do that, and I was like, oh wait, no, I wanna. It's like, oh, I can do both, so I shall do both.
So as you've like tossed pieces of these of you know, like basically your body off of yourself and into the fray, they kind of get this like shadowy appearance. Basically, it's almost like a mix of almost like a hint of daylight mixed in with just some shadows that envelop as they are animated and start attacking the one lead miscreant or masked individual that's kind of in the front there. And as he's getting attacked, he tries to like swat things away, and then he goes and also basically pulls out a vial of something and starts to imbibe it. And then after he imbibes it, he basically makes a breath weapon attack against anybody in a cone in front of him. Which is very likely going to be the majority of you, except for Icthalion. So I would say let's treat this as if, and I'll have to look this up real quick because I'm fucking bad at this shit. We'll treat it as like a Dragonborn weapon attack. I believe that's like a dex save.
Yep.
I think it depends on the type, but most of them are dex saves. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like a cone. We'll consider it like fire.
All right.
With the bless, that is a 15.
Oh right, I can get plus. That might save me. That was not a good roll. But a 13 actually, because I.
Yes, and I believe Archon, I need one from you.
13.
Rolled a 5 on the d20, but a 4 on the bless, and have a good modifier. So
That's good. All right. Well, you all save it. So I believe you still take half, right?
I think here. Hold on, I have it right here. I can.
Let's see, breath weapon.
Breath weapon. On a failed save,
half as much.
successful, they take half. Yep.
Okay. Real quick. Well, never mind. Well, this is actually a little bit different. I'm gonna roll. Alright, so we'll say 9 points of fire, but Archon, are you... Hold on, don't you have... I don't know. I don't think that's right.
I'm fire resistant.
There you go. Okay, so take half of that.
I am not fire resistant.
No.
How much was it?
It's 9. So...
So-
Half a 9 is what, 5? Because don't I take the higher number?
Usually you round down if I'm correct.
Yeah, I think you round down. So you would basically round down. You would just be taking 2, Archon. Everybody else would take 4.
That's fine.
Let's see. And that's an 11 on the concentration, so bless stays up.
All right.
Actually, as a reaction, Artemy holds his hand up, and the fire kind of gathers at his hand, and I'm gonna cast Absorb Elements,
Okay.
and then the fire gathers at his weapon. So
Well, it is...
effectively, the next time I hit someone with it, I deal extra damage.
It's basically like a blue flame that it looks like. It's essentially, if we're giving it a name, it's Aether Fire. So
Ready.
you basically have just a bunch of, you know what blue fire looks like. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
My weapon is on fire. So that's gonna be him. He can't really move. Well, I mean, I guess he could, but he doesn't plan on moving anytime soon. Who's next? I believe that is our turn.
Everyone else went. Awesome.
I got a 17.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Better than-
Go ahead, Artemis.
It's okay.
It's fine. Well, let's give the guy who tried to breath weapon me a taste of his own medicine, shall we? With the hands covered in fire, I'm gonna put my hand on my sword, and as a bonus action, I'm going to enter Blade Song.
Ooh.
Adopt a
Okay.
defensive posture. More magic gathers around the sword. And
Rid.
Pain scream.
for Jory's turn, he is gonna fly up to the guy who just breath weaponed me and use the help action. Give me advantage on this attack.
All right.
So the owl just kind of flies up and pesters him, pecks at his face and shit. Flies back. And the owl has flyby, so he can't take a swing at him. And I'm gonna cast Green Flame Blade on him. Does he have a friend next to him?
Yeah, they're all pretty much right next to each other.
All right. So the blue fire is mixed with an emerald fire as I draw my scimitar and take a swing.
All right.
So with advantage. Natural 20.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
That is a 20 plus 4. There's a 27 to hit total.
I mean, yeah.
So with the scimitar. And this is a sneak attack as well. That's going to be 8, 9.
20s are nice. Getting my
18
calculator out.
points of slashing damage. Plus another 6 points of fire damage from the absorb elements.
Okay. And that's just for the primary gentleman, right?
Yeah. And the guy next to him takes 3 points of fire damage
Okay. Let me notate
Yeah,
that. Real
leave
From
the
the-
rest of us.
from the green flame blade spell.
So the scene plays out pretty quick in those particular, and that right there, that just basically happened because that gentleman is imbibed something, tries to go and spray, doesn't really get too much effect out of it because you all are relatively nimble on your feet. Practically all of you are, honestly. And because of how Artemis absorbed the elements and then just recoded it and repurposed it with the help of his owl friend, essentially just cleaves this guy straight through, and his before he knows it, like the green flame just envelops him, and it's almost like an anime death where he doesn't even know he's dead yet, and the dude just fucking collapses. Like he just
It's the anime like Iaijutsu draw thing.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah, like I don't know. It reminds me of the scene of like Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, where like out of nowhere D just comes out and with like this one fucking Iaijutsu stab and murders a bitch, and that's how it feels like. You just all in one fluid motion, just dispatch the shit out of this guy. And well, I mean, he's basically a flame with once blue but now emerald green fire, but he just collapses before you all know it.
And that is my turn. I'm
That is a turn.
That is a pretty good turn.
I'm gonna interpose myself between the two remaining in the door.
Okay.
That'll be it.
Our turn.
All right. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my boomerang and do a Kensei shot.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit the, of course, there's only 2 guys left, but I don't want to go for the one that misses on. I want to hit the other one. So yeah, Kensei just adds more damage. So let me go ahead and see if I can hit. 17.
That is a hit.
Perfect. That is 8 points of damage.
Pretty nice. So as he is, I mean, he had his attention on Mist for the most part, because he did go for that boot that basically clipped Mist, and essentially, like, he just gets this fucking boomerang to the back of the dome as he's trying to, like, help his friend take care of what would be the major problem that's closest by. So yeah, he definitely just takes it. All right.
Yeah, that's all I got. And then I want to make sure that I'm covering Layla to make sure she doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, for the most part, you and Artemy have basically, you've got her covered. So if anything ever like comes that way, despite her being in that warehouse doorway or a little bit farther back, you seem to have it covered at this point in time. All right, Mist.
Okay. So as of right now, the one that I jumped on is still kicking in front of me, and the one that kicked me is still technically up and going, correct?
Yes.
Okay, as a point, I am going to completely ignore the fact that the dude kicked me at all, like I didn't even fucking notice it. Just to rub in how uncaring I am of his existence, and I'm going to continue my wailing on the guy in front of me.
All right.
That's a 9.
That is a miss.
That is meaning that I'm gonna flurry of blows some bitches, and we're gonna swing again.
All right.
That's a 12 apparently.
That is also a miss.
And then a 16.
Hit.
Cool. We're gonna Fury of the Smalls this one as well. Angry that my other 2 hits missed.
Okay.
We're gonna do 7, 8, 9 points of bludgeoning damage. I would like to make this, by the way, non-lethal.
Okay, for this guy that you're beating the shit out of?
Yeah, I literally want him unconscious to
Okay.
be questioned.
Okay.
Has no bearing on whether or not I literally chop his head off later. But I
mean, that's fine. No questions were asked. I mean, but yeah. I mean, you obviously, it's almost like a martial arts flick that's panning out, or like you lead off with one punch or a jab and then a straight, and then all of a sudden you actually mix it up a little bit with like some Tony Jaa fucking knee to the stomach, and you actually pop him one good time.
Nice.
But yeah, he's going to try to respond in kind because he's getting his ass handed to him by a goblin, and he doesn't seem to take too kindly to that.
That's fair.
Well, doesn't really matter because as he goes and tries to swing, he actually hits the wall instead, basically forcing him to kind of focus on his pain and do a little bit of damage to himself in that particular instance. So you're so nimble that he just fucking misses entirely as he tries to like roundhouse haymaker hit you, and he hits the wall instead. All right, next up, I believe, is my other dude. The gentleman that tried to kick at, or did kick at Mist, goes and turns his attention to the others that apparently have dispatched his friend right beside him all of a sudden without him knowing. And he downs a vial, and then his form becomes incorporeal, and he starts to drift past at a very, very fast pace, in like this blue mist form, past both Artemy and Artrin into the warehouse behind Layla. And he ends his turn still in a incorporeal form behind Layla. Let's see who's next. That would be Havoc.
All right. Would I sort of recognize the like properties, or like, do I feel like I could harm the incorporeal form or anything like that?
I would say that, go ahead, just roll Arcana for me if you have it.
Plus is not ability checks, so that's a 7 plus 0.
You're not entirely sure. You saw him pass through two individuals as like a mist-like form, but you're not entirely sure. Like you're not sure. You notice that obviously the physical things didn't stop him, so who knows?
Yeah. All right. In that case, the other is the one that used the breath weapon still alive?
That one is dead.
Okay.
No, he's fucked.
He is.
Yeah.
He's paced.
I wanted to make a point, but with the real breath weapon. But if he's already off the board, then
I thought about that as well.
yeah, didn't get to my turn soon enough though. I guess I'm gonna cast command on the like mist dude.
Okay.
So that is I think it's a wisdom save.
Yeah, I believe so.
And I don't know if this will work, but would the word be corporealize, I guess, to just because it's a one-word command.
Yeah. I mean, that would be sufficient. What's his target?
It's the wisdom save of 13, so it's not too high. And I don't know if he even has the power to do it, but it sounds like fun. So.
Well, he rolled a 15. So your eyes become darkened, basically like a milky darkness kind of passes over them, and you're like corporealize it, and your voice just kind of echoes, and you like for a moment, like it feels like the mist on him is kind of coalescing a bit more, and then you see just his head shake, and it just kind of shakes off the command.
Okay. And then I guess just bonus action, have the little like gemstone shards keep whoever's closest. Just gonna get whacked.
All right, that's the one that mist is on.
Yeah, the spiritual weapon. That is also, or well, not also, but also a terrible roll because it's just a natural one.
Yeah.
So, with the bless was a 4, and it's a +5, so that brings it to 10.
Holy shit. Well,
But-
it still doesn't hit, but
Yeah.
those are a lot of good bonuses.
All right. And then yeah, I'll just stay where I am, or actually, I'll try and if I can move and sort of get between the mist guy and Layla, I guess.
I mean, technically, you could still move. So
Yeah,
It's gonna be a lot.
I only have 30 feet, I think. Yeah, only
Can you
30
like
feet.
drag Layla somewhere?
Well, because it's me, her, and now the mist guy in the doorway.
Yeah.
well, the mist guy. I will say this. When it comes to positioning, Archon, you're probably still facing out towards obviously like the other guy getting fucked up, or at least like you're closer to that position. I don't want to say you're faced that way. And then obviously it's Layla, and then behind Layla in the factory right now is Mist Boy.
Oh, I'm how far away from her?
I mean, you're probably not that far away, but neither is he. He's just in mist form.
Yeah, just from one of my turn rolls, if things play the way I want them to, I have an idea. So I want to prepare multiple options.
Okay. The individual with an 18 initiative is dead, so let's go to Artemy.
Okay. How beat up is the second guy in front of Mist?
You don't think he's struggling too much? Like you're not able to necessarily see his wounds because, well, honestly, he's being bludgeoned and
Yeah.
he's pretty covered up, so you can't really see bruises or anything. But as far as his movements are concerned, you don't think he's like so far gone that Mist is just gonna fucking knock him out next round.
Gotcha. Can I get in a flanking position with Mist? Like just kind of circle around him and then start hitting him?
Yeah.
All right. Don't need the owl to give me advantage anymore. So we're just gonna hit him with the scimitar. That's gonna be a 24 to hit.
Yes.
So the blast rolled a 3. And that's a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that is.
With the bonus action, I'm pulling out a short sword and stabbing him as well.
Okay.
I like it.
Scimitar. Scimitar does with the sneak attack 13 points of slashing damage, and the short sword does 4.
Okay. He is still on his feet, but he looks worse for wears.
All right.
Oh, you just give me some time. He'll look a lot worse too.
He says, "Oh yeah, I'm setting him up for Mist next round, and I'm staying in that flanking position so you can hit him." That'll be my turn.
Okay.
Kind of dividing my attention between the guy in front of me and the now misty guy.
I believe that is Archer now.
Okay, so you said I'm not that far from her. Would I be able to reach her fairly easily?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, if this pans out right, is I want to use a key point and use Step of the Wind, because it allows disengage of combat since he's right there. I want to grab her, basically flip her on the other side of me, and position myself to take the brunt of whatever attacks he's going to throw.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. You are allowed to definitely do that.
So toss around like a rag doll, of course, without doing lots of damage, and then I'm just going to stand and wait for him to come at me.
Just gonna slam her head against the doorway. Nah.
Fling her backwards, slam her down.
No, being a monk, obviously you're a bit more adept at doing things a bit more nimbly if you wanted to, or acrobatic like. Or if you just wanted to pick her up and move around, you're more than welcome to. But I could see Artrin not necessarily being as bulky, especially as other Dragonborn. You can kind of like almost like drunken barrel roll around her and like boop her back a little bit as you kind of like back into the doorway with you still kind of touching on her to make sure that she is close by and doesn't fall and break her ass, but also making sure that she's protected as you kind of push her out of the way to a degree without arising any kind of like aggressive action. But you're nimble enough and you spend a key point, so you're not going to be able to do that anyway, or he's not going to be able to hit you regardless.
Yeah, I'm thinking more of like drop to all four, wrap her up with my tail, and just kind of like slide her around.
All right.
Myself.
You can hear Whittle just being like eek, eek, as you do that.
I'm since I'm still kind of new to the whole D&D, can I ready an action so when he attacks?
Not.
If you
I can't hit him.
If you have your action left, then yeah, you would be able to.
Yeah, because that was a bonus action for the disengage.
Fifth edition rules would be that you can ready your action, but you have to designate the trigger for that action. So if you're readying an attack, you have to be triggering it on if the opponent does this kind of a thing. So it can't be just super wide open kind of a deal.
Oh no, yeah, I know the ways that the action ready works. I just wasn't sure in this case if I could, because I just want a ready to unstrike him.
But that
Yeah,
also
so
depends on what cannon wants.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As soon as he becomes
if
visible.
you could say like as soon as he like becomes corporeal, I'll ready my action for an unarmed strike. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Just
Okay.
ready an action for unarmed strike when he becomes corporeal.
Yeah, we'll let it ride. Okay.
All right.
And top of the initiative order, we got Ixalian again, or Mist.
Oh yeah, every time we talk about that dude, I'm like, I'm right here, guys. I'm right here. What are you talking about? We're gonna continue my swing fest on this poor guy. Ooh, that's a 20 total.
Fuck him up. Roll again. See if you crit. You have advantage.
That's true.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that's the same exact roll. That's 4 total non-lethal bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Is he still awake?
He's feeling kind of woozy, but he is still awake.
Okay. Bonus action. I'm going to attack again.
All right.
All right. So let's move on.
You have advantage.
Oh,
Remember,
yeah. This is true.
'cause you're
We are
flanking.
flanking. Yeah. Hey, does a 14 hit?
Nope.
Well, I tried. I just kind of did a backflip, tried to kick his chin, and when it didn't work, I just kind of land and look at him like, huh. And then I just swing at his knees with a sigh, and he kind of steps back, and I'm just like, all right, we'll keep this up. Come on, big boy.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Sorry, the idea of a tiny little halfling-sized person just running up to kick somebody in the face just really appeals to me.
It's a long climb.
Very funny.
Long spider climb up to try to kick him in the face.
Exactly.
All right. Well, he's gonna try to really just show this fucking this goblin what for. He's gonna, considering he already imbibed his little potion a long time ago, he's gonna try to breath weapon. Well, let me see. You two are flanking. He's still probably only gonna be able to get Icthalion or Mist anyway. So he'll try to breath weapon you.
Deck save, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 23.
All right. Well, I'll take half of. Hold on.
He saw what happened when someone hit me with a breath weapon and was like, nah.
Take
I'm
take 1 point of damage. You rolled a 2 on the damage. I was just like, all right, fucking useless. You useless goon.
It was
Basically,
a
I
breath,
just
it wasn't a breath weapon.
I just kind of bend or like look at the ground for a second, and the breath just kind of hits the wide hat that I wear, the rice hat, and then I look back up and I've just ignored like the tiny little singe I got.
Yeah,
Use
just
my
blue flame, blue aether foam just spews from his mouth, and like it's not even worth like writing down that you took 1 point of damage.
I can imagine this going, that was my favorite hat.
on the inside, Miss is just angrier.
So he's done. All right. Well, the gentleman that is close to Layla is going to okay, so I'm going to describe this as best as I can. So he's going to get close to Layla at this point, so he's gonna go through Archern again, and then what it looks like is he's trying. He puts his hand through Layla as he's moving through her shoulder, and starts to become corporeal at that point in time. Now, Archern, you can still hit him regardless, but he is corporealizing himself in a very particular way.
Okay. Do I notice that obviously his hand's coming first?
Yes. His hand is technically through her body first. And then he starts to become corporeal.
Oh.
Oh boy. I'll run this by you. Because his hand is through her and it's starting to become corporeal, can I use, like, my unarmed strike be a bite to try to bite through his arm?
We'll let it roll.
Okay. That's a 6.
That is a miss.
Gruff McGruff did not take a bite out of crime.
Not today.
He is still blessed, but I don't know if even a +4 makes a difference.
It is not.
No.
So you go to try to like bite through at a particular time where, and this is kind of like the rough part of it, right? Is that you assume that because he's essentially becoming corporeal at one point in time, that you're going to be able to catch it at the right moment, where once he starts to materialize, you can just kind of chomp down, but you time it a little bit too early and just go right through as he like rematerializes out of like this aether mist that he was. And you hear Layla, she doesn't scream. It's more out of like a gulp of shock. Like it's very, obviously catches her off guard. And she now has essentially a corporealized hand shoved through like the upper part of her shoulder.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Well,
And
As
the-
a side note, because I made an unarmed strike, agile parry gives me a +2 to AC. So
Gotcha. Okay. As he removes his hand from the shoulder, it leaves like this big gaping wound, and Layla starts to like become imbalanced from like the sheer amount of pain that she just underwent from what happened. But other than that, his turn is kind of done. So who's next? Havoc.
So there's another one that breath weaponed. I just realized something that I'm not entirely. It was unplanned, but I'm just gonna walk up to that guy and just essentially scream in his face. Because my breath weapon is thunder damage.
Oh God. Respect women.
It's just a big re.
Well, I didn't think about it until right now, but I've basically made the Skyrim character but a dragon.
Oh dear.
You're gonna foos him?
Yeah, pretty much. So I think he just makes a save.
What is your character class?
It's a Sapphire Dragonborn.
What's your
not-
what class are you?
Oh, I'm a cleric,
Okay.
but
So-
yeah,
What kind of save does he have to make?
does he just yell righteous?
it is a dex save.
Okay. That would be a 13.
That meets it,
Oh, all right. So,
so half damage.
okay, just roll it.
Right? Yeah. Yes, so 1d10 halved. He takes 1 point after the reduction
Oh my God.
of thunder damage.
Chat, I swear.
Those ears ring a little bit.
Yeah, it's maybe he's a little bit intimidated. I guess I don't know. Maybe not. It was only 1 point of damage.
What's the intention behind this? Are you actually going to incapacitate him too, or are you looking to just fuck his day up?
Basically, I more just want to show him how it's done.
Tinnitus.
Since he was trying to do like a breath weapon, but I'm actually a dragonborn, so.
Well,
Well,
you have 1 hit point.
Yes. Yes.
But
If you don't kill him, I will.
yeah, and then
So
I
this
think
is
Had the
other
most
guys-
amazing hiccup in his face.
yeah, pretty much. Maybe
You
a little bit of bad
burped
breath in
his
there.
face. That's all you did. You burped in his fucking face.
Yeah.
All right,
And then
sir.
I'm gonna have the
Have a good night, dude.
gemstone shards go after the guy whose arm is inside Layla. So hopefully that will work.
Okay.
I only need one of those.
Welcome back, Das.
That is a 10 plus 5, 15.
That's on the other guy, right? Yeah, it hits.
Yeah. Okay.
You'd get blessed on spiritual weapon as well. Just
Yeah,
for the-
that was with the blessing. I'm not
Gotcha.
rolling well. With bless, I roll about as well as an average person does without it. So.
Man,
Oh, dear.
you need that shit right now.
And then the spiritual weapon will be another 7 points of force damage.
Or a
as
liar
just the shards like cut him up and slash across his face and stuff like that.
All right, noted. So that is that. It would be Artemis' turn.
All right. It's just this guy left, yeah?
Well, it's two. The guy that ever
Yeah, the one that got burped on.
burped on, and the guy who just came out of like a mist form that fucked up Layla.
All right, so wait, is he still? Is the guy that got burped on still like up, or is he unconscious?
If you tell me you want to hit him, he is. You have him. I am surprised having fucked that up so much.
Okay.
Literally, if you dedicate an action to him, I am giving him to you.
I tried.
Well, I was gonna cast sleep to secure it, but I'm just gonna smack him with the pommel of my short sword.
That was my first plan. I was gonna try and put the like specter guy to sleep, but I was like, I have this breath weapon. This might be the only time it's actually useful because it might be cool.
Alright.
Oh, it was cool.
It was something.
That's a 22 to hit.
What?
Just with the pommel of the scimitar.
How much? I'm sorry.
A 22.
Yeah, he's you fucking knock him out. The burp disoriented him a little bit, but then you're just like, go to sleep, and he's out.
He burps. He blinks a bit. What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
Just...
Yep.
That's about right.
I'm
not being mean.
The third guy isn't more than 40 feet away from me, right?
No, he's pretty close.
Okay, yeah, I can get to him. Circle around him. Bonus action, swinging him with the short sword.
Okay. Technically, Archon is there, so you should get flanking too.
Gotcha. It's another 20, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Okay.
2 points of damage.
All right.
The I'm only rolling d6s on the short sword, and I just rolled 2 1s on the crit. So.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, wait. It'd be sneak attack as well. 6 total.
How much did I add? Fuck.
That'll be my turn.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Archon, what are you doing?
So, looking at obviously what happened like right in front of me, and I couldn't stop it. Does Layla look like? Is this a fatal wound, or is it just enough to maybe knock her out?
You think that at least from a quick medical inspection, for her, you think that she will be put into shock, but if she does not get any kind of medical care within a relatively soonish time frame, she could possibly bleed out.
Okay, and then is the guy that's there, is he corporeal now, or is he still kind of in and out?
No, he is definitely corporeal now.
What's
Okay.
he doing with his hand all... And we've knocked him around too. What's he looking like?
He doesn't look too great, but his hand is removed from her. Like he like it wasn't necessarily clay. You know, like a knife hand strike. You know how it's basically it's just supposed to be like just a Basically, he did that in such a way where he was able to maneuver his fingers through most of the important fleshy bits, and then removed it thusly. But it did cause a fair amount of damage to Layla. She doesn't look like she's a hardy adventurer like you all.
Which hand did he use, if I may ask?
His left hand.
Taking note. Thank you.
Okay, so having witnessed that, I am going to let's see. I'm gonna try and come up and hit him with my Morning Star.
Okay.
That is a 13 to hit without bless.
You got him. Go ahead and roll for a damage.
So that's 3 damage, but then I also want to hit him with a flurry of blows.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do... First arm strike is 11 without bless.
You may want to roll bless then.
Isn't bless just a +4?
It's plus 1d4.
Okay. That would be a 2, so make it for 13.
That's a hit.
At least I'm helping somehow.
That's true.
First unarmed strike is a 6 for damage. Second one.
All right, he is still up, but he does not look great.
Second unarmed strike is 15 to hit.
That is a hit.
All right. For 4 damage.
Oh boy. All right. Well, you've seen this look before in the previous individual. He's looking massively woozy, and maybe one more burp will do it, so to speak.
All right. Yeah, that ends my turn.
All right. Ecthalion, it's top of the order.
Okay, homeboy in front of me. We're gonna take a nice little swingy swing at this guy's face.
He
That's
is
a 21 to hit.
unconscious.
He's
He's
unconscious.
already unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh, so the only one left is knife hand.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, good. Well, then I immediately run over and I'm actually gonna go ahead and flurry of blows this anyways. But I 21 to hit.
Yeah. Well, just tell me what you're doing. Just, you're gonna do it.
Man.
Effectively then I was intending to run over too. And since he's surrounded by other people, I wanted to run up somebody else's back and flip over and just kick the shit out of his face on the way down.
If you're gonna say that, then I want to turn and put my tail out in a way that lets you run up my back.
That would be beautiful.
Springboard you do, just blah.
All right. Well, with acrobatic action and a kung fu hustle, you're able to kind of spring off your monk mate and springboard kick this dude in the face, and he's out.
Nice. Since I was gonna flurry the blows, and instead I'm going to take that key point where I would have continued attacking, and I'm going to touch our damsel in distress and pump some HP into her as soon as I find out how much I can do again. Healing hands, not hands of harm, the opposite.
Yeah, that would be good.
Don't harm
Damn it.
her. Please
hand.
don't.
All right, hand of healing. I can do 1d4 plus 4 hit points of health.
All right.
So as I run up, ninja kick a rabbit in the face. I land and I turn around and then I maybe climb up somebody else, but I put a hand to the wound and focus a nice green glow into it, giving 6 HP back.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that helps in a way close that wound that she had. And it's not going to be perfect. She's going to have obviously a scar there, but she's definitely healed back from the damage that she's been given, and she'll have a 6 sweet ass scar to talk about it now.
Haha, Grandma Layla got attacked.
And then when I land, I just want to look at everyone and go, tie this one up.
I know,
and
omitted.
Make sure
I
that
know.
left arm is tied, extended from his body.
So we knocked that guy out too. We didn't murder the shit out of him.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
There was a non-consent and penetration issue that has to be dealt with.
Whoa.
Oh, hey now.
All right, so you have 2 individuals that are unconscious. Layla is snapping out of it a little bit now that the pain is basically starting to subside, and she says thank you, but then she starts to kind of like remember, and she just keeps mumbling, I had to give them the aether, what? And then she keeps going on and on, just out of shock.
It's fine. Don't worry about it now. I'm pulling rope out of my pack from the burglar's pack I have to bind these guys.
Gotcha.
I'd like to, if she's kind of in a state that doesn't allow her to kind of move, I want to try to pick her up the best I can and like put her on my back and just tie those 2 up. We need to get her somewhere safe.
Just nod as I get to work on these guys.
Okay. And you're able to obviously do it. They're unconscious. It's not going to be terribly hard. You hear the dwarf at the front kind of yell back, the hell was that? That noise, basically, as you all are trying to do your business.
I'm just gonna. I had a bad sandwich earlier.
Oh, that was that burp.
Yeah.
Just be like, because of my dragon heritage, it comes out kind of loud.
Yeah. But then as I'd like go, there are people trying to get their hands on Aether, so they just attacked one of your workers. Do you know anything about this?
She kind of jumps to her seat, a little bit alarmed, and she's just like, no, do we have to call the agency?
Probably wouldn't hurt.
And she just kind of goes and grabs one of the workers that is doing one of the non-essential functions at the moment, and tells them to run and go get the agency and blah blah blah. So
As they run off, I'll just yell, make sure they bring up things to clean up a mess.
But yeah, with that in mind, obviously you have two individuals. If you leave now, you could probably exfiltrate without having to even deal with the agency, or you can if you'd like. But that's entirely up to you as far as how you all want to do this.
Do we want to deal with the agency?
I don't
No, I think
particularly
not.
care to.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Let's take these guys back to Hrotha.
Yep.
Ask them some questions.
Yeah, covering Layla, make sure she's safe. I'll carry her on my back and book it.
All right. Well, you guys get the fuck out of Dodge as soon as you can.
I'm going to give Mist advantage on the next initiative as well. Just in case something happens.
Just in case he needs it, because he's gonna roll low.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I get to
do
do it
think
without
I'm just not
spending
quick to
channel
do it.
points, so.
Yeah.
Ah. Nice. So, are we taking these guys with us, or are we leaving them for the agency? Because
Oh, we're
otherwise, the
taking
agency is. Because we
We'll
have
take
two.
the unconscious one.
They're both unconscious.
I say we take them both, yeah.
Yeah, one can go corporeal or incorporeal and stab people with his hand. The other one, you beat the crap out of.
I mean, either
I'll
way,
first crack at these guys.
one guy is losing his left hand. So we're gonna have some fun. I just wanted to know if he was leaving him behind one, with two or one and like 3/4 a person or not.
Take him.
Take them both. I have a few things I can do if they start to wake up, I think, so.
How can I? It's called a foot to the head.
That'll probably work too.
Once I'm done tying these guys up, I'm gonna assume 8 strength isn't enough to carry these guys.
You can drag.
So
I have 8
someone
strength
else.
as well, so I
About
will
14
grab the
strength.
other arm.
Yeah, our archer is pretty strong.
Yeah,
You
I'll.
guys want to take Layla? I can
Hand one
carry
off.
one at least. Maybe 2.
Maybe since you're the strong one, you carry the one we actually care about, which is Layla, and then Copter and I will just drag the other one together.
We'll find a cart and then just push these guys.
There you go. That's
Yeah. I was gonna
probably
say,
the more
strap them together
reasonable.
Better.
and Dog sled it.
Because I don't know how well received dragging 2 bodies through the streets is gonna go
Just-
off.
He
Okay,
gets back
we
to
have
Hrotha's
red.
and it's just a red fucking scrape.
Yeah, it's just a smear.
This big fucking trail of red all throughout the refinery district.
I wonder where they went.
I just look up at each of you and go, "What do you want me to carry?"
Look, if anyone has an issue with it, we have 2 writs now. So.
We do.
All right, so you do find a cart. I'm sure there's a cart nearby because it's the refinery and they have, you know, shipments here and there. So you're able to load up a cart, and even if you have to like pull it yourself, like rickshaw style, you're able to do so. So
On the way out, I give him the Han Solo. Sorry about the mess with the gold coin.
oh, it's super fucking cool. But yeah, you guys make your way, and it relatively unnoticed, unbothered. It's still the working district. Nobody's gonna really think too much about, you know, at least individuals in a cart rather than being drug across the ground. So you're safe there. Layla is okay. She's still in shock, but she's not unconscious or anything like that. She's just having a hard time dealing with the realization that she's been having. And you eventually make it back to Salus Salvage without too many issues. And yeah, it's a lot quieter when you approach because it's a little bit later on in the day now. But you're able to kind of bring everything in around the back and get the individuals inside without too much hassle.
Hrotha, we brought presents.
And he has been kind of like out in the training hall training for the most part. And in pure thirst trap nature, you know, he doesn't have a shirt on or anything like that. It's just his pants, but you know, he's just been working up a sweat, and he kind of puts down his dual tiger swords that he normally uses to practice and goes into battle with, and he kind of sets them, digs them into the mannequins themselves, and grabs a nearby like cloth to kind of dry off a little bit of the sweat on his brow, and he just wipes his hands off with it at the same time, kind of walks towards both of them, just kind of looks at them for a moment, and then just says, bring them downstairs.
Nod. Just bring him. Just do what he says.
I'm gonna ask her, or ask him, what do we do with her?
She still needs medical attention, right?
I
No,
thought she was fully healed.
Miss took her.
Okay, that was yeah.
She's gonna have a fucked up looking shoulder, but she's functional. Like she's fine.
Health points fine. Okay.
Give her a room, someplace to calm down.
Yeah,
We'll have
maybe
questions
like
for it later.
some water or something.
Maybe a bath to wash up.
I mean, of course, once we get out of here and we're done with this.
Yeah.
We'll bring her. We'll get her boozed up. Make her feel nice.
I guess we would probably bring her with us just to make sure she's protected still.
So, we're not gonna like strictly fade to black on this, but we are going to, we're gonna exclude any individuals that do not want to participate in something that is going to be really, really stressful. And I mean, we're still not gonna necessarily fully describe it, but Hrotha's gonna fucking work these guys over, plain and simple.
The Artemis is gonna work these guys over as well.
All right, that's fair. I would assume Mist may want to as well, but in summary, the individual that did the damage to Layla will be missing a hand. He will also be, both of them will make it out alive. However, the state in which they will go to the agency is going to be vastly different than how they entered this fucking building. You see a mix of okay, so Mist in particular, because he has a lot of experience with his brother, can see where they get this name from, Firefiend. Hrotha does some things to these individuals that if you knew that Hrotha wasn't a seemingly just individual, they would be seen as very, very monstrous. The powers that this man channels in order to not only extract information as much as he can, which may amount to nothing, but we can go over that later, but also disfigure them in such a way where they are not able to speak to anyone anymore by using fire to permanently mess up their face. He releases them in such a way to the agency where they are not going to be able to communicate with anybody that they previously had dealings with. So they will survive, one handless and both essentially mouthless, to a great degree where they cannot speak to any kind of past people that they ever had dealings with. So they will be suffering.
Don't fuck with this guy.
Yeah, no, this. I've been around Hrotha before. This tracks.
Yeah,
This is probably my like I've worked people, but I haven't worked people like that.
yeah. It's like it's like a difference in a mob movie or a crime movie where it's like, you know, the hero or the anti-hero is like beating the shit out of the guy for answers, and then the crime boss calls him the doctor, and you're like, oh, this guy's getting toenails removed painfully. Like, it's that type of difference for the most part. And Hrotha's making a point that whoever fucks with Salus Salvage and his people, he's going to make it their problem if they continue to do it in a very massively painful way. And that's going to be pretty evident once they're handed over to the agency. So that kind of undergoes, we're not going to go into too many more details just for, you know, various reasons, but
Shows he's big on discipline.
yeah, respect me.
Now, I would like to make a point. While Mist isn't exactly, that's not normally part of what his job has ever been. And aside from wanting to have this person effectively pay a price for damaging a non-combatant the way they did, he's definitely going to stick around because he wants to make sure Firefiend knows he is there, he is involved, he is there to see something all the way through for that for those brownie points that we're looking for.
Okay.
And then, as a side note for Arjun, because he knows how Mist will take care of things, 100% attention on Layla to take care of her, make sure she's got what she wants, is safe,
Okay.
and all that stuff.
And
Personal bodyguard at this point.
I would say at that point in time, once Hrotha kind of like undertakes that, he asks that obviously Layla gets comfortable in his office or whatever for the time being until you take her away or make sure that she's safe. As long as she's safe, but he doesn't want her anywhere near that either, obviously. Anybody that's wanting to, which is at least, like I would say, Bach probably doesn't even really care anymore. Like, he probably knows what happens. He's like, okay, I've seen this, but I don't really give a shit to participate. But, you know, Mist and Artemy can be there in assistance for the most part. But yeah, you all can resolve it however you feel like your characters would position themselves for the most part. But we'll kind of call it there.
That was fun.
Good
Yeah.
shit.
A good murder
Yeah,
mystery.
love it.
Still more to figure out, but we have a few leads, so.
Yeah, well, that's the point. You guys have some stuff now that you can continue to go through, and you know, once we have a few more individuals that want to take place, we can mix and match and go from there.
Side quest: The Messengers. Bum bum bum.
Pretty much.
Everyone back to the bathhouse.
Party time. All right, well, it's fun. I mean, you guys will still be in the same group anyway. So unless you want to move around elsewhere, there's obviously a few more So I have Rat King Chronicles, which the other half of the Winds group is going to be taking part in, mixed with Omitted and Rin, and we'll schedule a time for them. And then possibly tomorrow, maybe if Serpent and Shay want to do something, I might do something quick with them. I'm not entirely sure just yet, or we may just go over some stuff off, quote unquote, off camera. But I'd like to get them a little bit more involved too, because they're dealing with some plots that could possibly intertie with you all as well. So we'll see what happens. Should be pretty fun. But there's always, I think there's Rat King that you can do missions for, essentially. There's Salus Salvage, there's Stinky's Dirt Pile, and then there is Murmurs of Charlotte, which is Charlotte's Whispers group, which I think only Artemis kind of encountered. So there's still a lot out there that everybody can kind of fuck with.
Oh, Miss is down for anything. Anything that helps pour money into the bathhouse, anything that gets more information on the other Firefiend, and anything that just helps keep brushing up those combat and information gathering skills, because he doesn't have the information gathering side as much as he just has sneaky, punchy. So
yeah,
our dream's down for helping anybody in need.
Okay, well, like I said, we'll continue more here and there, and we'll get together at some point in time. Obviously, Mist and Archon will still be with Winds for the most part, but we can always come back to things like this to help kind of build either rep or do other side missions or figure out what the fuck the messengers are doing and so on and so forth.
I don't want to just be known as the town whittler.
No, that's your rat. Whittle is your rat.
Got to do our dailies so we can get that Nether Drake mount, guys.
That's oh god.
Exactly.
Get out of here.
As I said in the chat, I'm gonna use Whittle until he evolves.
You need to go listen to the Whittling Man song from Stephen Lynch.
Oh god.
Might be your new theme song.
Hey, sounds good to me.
Right.
Go listen. Singer, songwriter, comedian. It'll be a blast for you.
Yeah, in Copter, I almost made a Blade Singer. So
they're really fun.
Yeah, I was back and forth. So it's just funny. I was like, I almost made that. We're both carrying Sleep. We both have Detect Magic.
Yeah.
We're both like sneaky assholes. It looks like.
Yeah.
There's so many of these groups that have sneaky assholes, but I actually really love it because I'm getting to tie everybody into like some thieves guild or another, where it's actually applicable that you're being sneaky or a lot more dexterous for some reason. So it's really cool that we get to pull from even just different builds, like, you know, obviously a caster who is sneaky or dexterous, or a cleric who is a little sneaky and dexterous. I like that kind of concept, or just kind of just fucking with shit, basically.
Yeah, the goal was for our army was like a sneaky caster type who you get into melee with him and it's a bad decision.
Yep.
Because he has all the AC in the world and can actually hit pretty hard.
Do you also have Inflict Wounds? Or is that...
I don't. It's not a wizard spell.
Yeah.
I'm 3 levels of wizard with 1 rogue.
Okay, yeah. I was able to do it without a level of rogue, but yeah, it's a fun style of... Why play a normal rogue when you could play a rogue that has magic? You know?
The Arcane Trickster is awesome for that too.
Yeah. That's like the only base one I actually really like, but...
Alright, it's late. You guys go home, you're drunk.
Alright.
Just tell me what to do, Dad.
Thanks for running the game, Cannon.
No
I
problem.
didn't have that much Kahlua in my coffee.
Hey, look. That's fine. It's fine. I'll just go have me another shot, a shot of Kahlua and a shot of creme de la cacao. Yeah, creme de la cacao, and have a nice little mocha shot. It's fantastic. I'm not drunk yet.
Well, go get drunk and go to bed.
Y'all take care, guys.
All right, now see you all.
Have a good night.
You guys.
Bye. right. Well, I am glad we got to get another game out. And I like that we're incorporating a few more people here and there. I'm gonna continue to try to incorporate more people that want to play. It may be slow. It's the most difficult part of doing things like this is just getting the time, right? I don't mind improvising the fuck out of anything. It's just a matter of finding the time where everybody can kind of come together and play. And that's obviously the hardest part. So I'm hoping we get a few more of the groups rolling. I still have one that still hasn't completed their first run, and it's just been kind of off the wall. But yeah, the more we can, I'm planning on, and this is just a side note, I'm planning on running stuff anyway. So I'm not trying to purposely exclude someone, but I'd like to still run a game for the individuals that are still able to play, and then incorporate those who maybe can't make all the games whenever I can, just to make it so that we're kind of doing something, as opposed to just letting it sit and then letting it, go stale and whatnot. So anytime that you can help with scheduling, I would appreciate it. Not to say that you need to rearrange your stuff, but if you have a good idea that would be a game time, or can talk with your friends or your group to help arrange stuff in conjunction with me, I'd really appreciate it. Most of you are really good with it, so just keep it up, and I definitely enjoy running this stuff for you all. So oh, I'm playing the character. Oh yeah, demo. We'll go over at some point in time the ability to play another character if you want. I'm gonna probably limit it to 2 characters total per player, just so we don't get overwhelmed. And I always want people to kind of focus on their main character, so to speak, which is why I'm trying to make it as flexible as possible for everybody to kind of like jump to help other groups or other people. But yeah, I want you all to have fun. So I am gonna go chill. I'm super tired. I'm probably gonna go pass out, but I'm glad you guys are having fun, and we'll continue on. So that's what the Discord's for. We'll list times that we can play, and we'll get stuff rolling as it comes through. So yeah, you enjoy the rest of your night. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend. If I run anything tomorrow for Serpent and Shay, I will try to stream it. But I'll have to see what I can come up with in that small period of time, and then go from there. But I'll keep you all posted. All right, have a good rest of your night. Goodbye. Have fun. Goodbye.